Hi, welcome everybody to our sixth edition of the Vhah Festival from Ramgarh Shekhawati. This is our first online event, and we welcome you all. And I welcome Kamini Sahani, who's from the MAP, the Museum of Art and Photography from Bangalore. She's the director there. I'll give you a brief introduction of what her work and Kamini herself, and then Kamini will take us through what MAP is all about and what MAP is doing and how she is involved with MAP. So, so Kamini is the director, is the first director of MAP, Museum of Art and Photography, and she has brought together a young, inspired team that is focused on creating a new museum experience for audiences in India. In leading this founding team, Kamini has helped shape a vision for MAP that seeks to inspire people to interact with art in ways that encourage humanity, empathy, and a deeper understanding of the world we live in. She has been a vocal ambassador for MAP, presenting the institution's plans and aspirations at various fora, including the India Art Fair, at workshops at CSMVS Mumbai, the Bangalore Literary Festival, and the Bangalore International Center. In her role, Kamini was the head of Jehangir Nicholson Art Foundation, one of the premier private collections of modern Indian art at the CSMVS in Mumbai, which is formerly known as the Prince of Wales Museum. Bringing institutions together in collaborative projects has been one of her special skills, enabling audiences in India the opportunity to enjoy several exhibitions in collaboration with Tate London, Foam Amsterdam, the Duke University, Durham, the KNMA, New Delhi, and many more. Kamini was selected as one of the first candidates for the Brooks Fellowship at Tate Modern, London in 2014, in collaboration with the Delphina Foundation. In a previous avatar as journalist and television anchor, Kamini was the bureau chief of NDTV, Mumbai, one of India's leading news channels, where she reported on her whole range of events, both political and cultural. So I'm very, very happy to have Kamini amongst us, and welcome Kamini once again. And I give the screen to you and ask, please give us a run through of what you're doing and what MAP is all about. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Katyani. Well, I'm delighted to be able to present MAP to all of you today. And I'd like to thank the Shruti Foundation for inviting me here to make this presentation to all of you. So let me just jump straight into the presentation. I'm going to share my screen. If you can get it. Yeah, so I think it's up there, right? Okay, so MAP is a new museum in the city of Bangalore in South India. And our mission really is to take art into the heart of the community and create a museum-going culture, which we certainly don't have in India, because we have the most crowded cities, but unfortunately, the most empty of museums. So MAP really is hoping to change all of that. So this is a map of where we are located. We are really in the heart of town on what is called Kasturba Road, which is one of the arterial roads in the city. And it is not by accident that we are located here, because I think the trustees realized and all the board realized that location, that's the most important thing in many ways, because you need to be accessible. So we're close to 2 metro stations, and we're close to Cubbon Park, which is one of the big landmarks there. And we have 3 museums just across the road from us. And we are hoping to invigorate the whole environment, because if you look at how people perceive museums in India, they are often seen as fusty, dusty places that nobody wants to visit. I mean, if you give people the choice between going to a restaurant or a film or a mall, I don't see anyone breaking down the doors to enter the museum. So we really hope to change all of that. So this is an artistic rendering really of the museum space. And what we hope, so the museum is still being built, and we hope to open at the end of this year. We were to open last year actually, but the pandemic has delayed many things. And we hope that MAP will really be a space for ideas and conversations, not just about objects, but ideas and conversations that we initiate through the collection. So the collection really is the catalyst for all of this. Am I not able to? Yeah. So that really is the building. As you can see it now, this is the state of construction as it's going. And I thought before we go further, let me introduce you actually to the founder of the museum, Abhishek Poddar. That's him in at a much younger time. And the importance of this whole thing is the museum actually was the vision of Abhishek Poddar. The two photographs you see on your screen is one where he's working with the other artists. And on your left is a photograph when he was very young, but that was taken by Henri Cartier-Bresson. So Abhishek kind of grew up in this atmosphere of art, of interacting with people who were artistically inclined. They were big names. And the core collection of MAP really comes from his collection. He's donated about 8,000 works to the museum, and they form the core collection. That's another picture of him taken at his home by one of our famous photographers, Dayanita Singh. So let me come to the collection at MAP. As I said, the core collection is donated by Abhishek Poddar, but there are several other people who have donated gifts and whatnot to MAP. And so we now have about 18 to 20,000 objects in the collection. So because it comes from a private collector, usually a museum will have a structured collection. Like there are certain things that a museum collection is expected to have. But because you have a collector, he's wandering off in all different directions, picking up different things that catch his interest. So it's a bit chaotic, but it's also very exciting because it has a whole range of objects, and it's actually quite fun for curators to think around these different kinds of objects that the museum has. Okay, so the collection is divided into 6 categories, just for the ease of trying to navigate it. So it's pre-modern, modern and contemporary, folk and tribal, textile craft and design, popular culture. And the idea is actually we are perhaps one of the few, if not the only museums that has popular culture. And what we wanted to do was to try and see that we reflect the taste of people. What are they interested in? What are the kind of cultures that people interact with? So we wanted to collapse the hierarchies between high and low art, and not look at the collection in vertical silos, but look horizontally across the collection to make connections, so that people from different backgrounds, different religions, different communities, all of them felt that there was some part of their life reflected in this collection. And so they were able to make that connection. So I think the 2 pillars of MAP, what we'd like to see them as is inclusion and accessibility. That has always been extremely important for MAP, and we got a huge grant from Emphasis to actually be able to do this, because we want MAP to be accessible not only to people with physical, but also with mental disability. And we were very fortunate that we were building a new building. So, we didn't have we were not presented with a whole set of problems to begin with, where you have all the old museum buildings, they have these huge flights of stairs. And then you have to retrofit and try to make it friendly for people with disability. But here, right from the beginning, we sat down with our consultants, DIOC, which is the Diversity and Equal Opportunities Center. So they sat down with our architects to plan the building to see that it was accessible, not only in terms of all the ramps and the holding bars, the visibility panels that you have, which are vertical, so that people in wheelchairs also can see through. But we also try to make sure that what are the kind of lights that we're using? What are the surfaces? For example, our lifts, do they have a matte surface rather than a shiny surface, so that it does not affect or disturb people with a certain kind of mental condition. So, and even we've collaborated with Barrier Break to see that our website, for example, is friendly. What are the kind of fonts that we use? What are the color contrasts that we use? We use alt text so that people with visual disability are able to understand whether there are images there or not, to read those images. So all of this is to try and make sure that we are friendly at every level to people with disability. So education and outreach is really a huge part of what we do at MAP. And we had actually rolled out our education program 2 years ago because we wanted to already connect with the community, just to let them know that this is a museum that's coming to your city and these are the kind of things that we do. So we had rolled out a whole lot of workshops with children of different age groups, different communities, different kind of backgrounds, different kinds of schools. And the idea was not to just have these drawing and painting workshops, but to try and create workshops that encouraged critical thinking and creative inquiry. But of course, when the pandemic hit, we had to take all of this online. And for some time, the workshops had come to a standstill till we then, worked out ways and with how we could reach out to the schools again. And we started, the virtual Map at School program. So we reconnected with all the schools that we were dealing with. And yeah, then we took all our, we created a whole set of learning packs, which was called our Discover series. So these were based on different themes, artists, mediums, so that people could download these packs from the comfort of their homes. So families could, children could at home, and work with these learning packs, learning kits. We've also we also had a whole series of talks that we were doing in collaboration with various institutions. Even well before we had opened, we had a series of talks with the BIC, our art and culture series. So all of this was just taken online. And we still continue to develop these, but we developed them around themes so that, so that people could, were encouraged to return to these programs. For example, we had Art as Witness, which is our first theme. And we built that so that we also could progressively build up our audiences who would return for more because it was built around a certain topic that they may have been interested in. We've also taken our exhibitions, some of them online, to the Google Art and Culture series so that people could also keep in touch with our collection. So collaboration is also very much at the heart of what we do at MAP. And so we've always said that why don't we loan, even if we are not open as yet, we want to make our collection available to audiences. So we have loaned our collection to various exhibitions across the world, to the Met, to the Tate, to the NGMA, to the KNMA. So that is very much also a part of what we do. And the idea is to share. So that if there are gaps in the collection, if there's a gap in somebody else's exhibition, why don't we loan works instead of having to buy them? And that makes much more sense. So it also enriches the experience for the audience. Our conservation center is really a very important part of MAP. It was set up with the help of the Tata Trusts. And we have 3 full-time conservators there. So the idea is to look after the collection, to help conserve and to restore the collection. But the idea was also to build a whole network of professionals across the country. So this was structured around a whole lot of workshops that we had with partner institutions. So some of them would come sometime to MAP as part of these workshops, and sometimes our MAP team would go to other institutes where these workshops were being held. So it created a network where they were all able to reach out to each other to share whatever information they had, or if they needed any advice from each other. So, and we're trying to develop also an alternate revenue stream. We are also taking in objects from outside the museum collection, because there are very few facilities for people to conserve their artworks if they need to. So MAP is also offering that service. Well, MAP has decided to speak the language of the digital native and use technology to reach out to young people, because we really do want them to come into the museum and enjoy the museum. But how do you attract young people? So we've really used a lot, well, I won't say, the idea is to use technology to enhance the experience without overwhelming the collection. So we have a whole lot of holographic experiences. The holo table, for example, is one where you can pull up a whole series of objects so you can see them in 3D. And it allows you even to zoom into an object and see it much closer than the naked eye, so that you notice all the little details. It's a very useful conservation tool if the conservation team is trying to work on it. So the idea also is to create exhibitions that you can pull up. For example, we're going to have the virtual gallery. So if you've missed an exhibition at MAP, you'll be able to catch it at the virtual gallery, perhaps, if we are featuring that particular exhibition. And yeah. So another project that we have is MAP Labs. And MAP Labs really sits at the intersection of art and technology. So we said we are in the tech capital of the country, Bengaluru. So why don't we instead reach out to all the IT companies that are here and see if they can provide art solutions or ideas for in the art space? Why don't we use technology for the arts? And so this is one of the projects that we developed actually with Accenture. We reached out to them, and this is actually recreating, it uses artificial intelligence to recreate the persona of one of our most famous artists, M.F. Hussain, who has already passed away. So there are so many of the younger generation who would not even know him. And so information was fed into the computer based on all the previous interviews he had done, either in print or on video. And so when people walk into the museum space, they will be able to interact with Hussain, ask him questions, and he gives them answers. So we thought that was an interesting, and let me see if I can show you a small clip of it.
Hello there. Great to see you. I am sure you are eager to know about me. Go ahead and ask me questions about my art or about my life. I would answer you to the best extent possible.
I saw the painting in the gallery of Mother Teresa. Can you tell me more about it?
For me, Mother Teresa is the ever presence of a mother. I first saw Mother Teresa at the belly of a boat in 1979. I immediately sketched her serene face, which she autographed. God bless you. I followed her all my paintings for the next 2 decades, as if she was my mother. Sailor.
Yeah. How do I not able to put the next? Okay, so that was a little clip from the interaction with M.F. Hussain. So just to give you an idea about the governance, because that's so important for the credibility of an institution, we are a not-for-profit organization. We are registered as a charitable trust with a board of trustees, a board of directors. We also have a US board and an advisory council, which is full of eminent persons whom we reach out to for advice on various aspects of the running of the museum or governance. Yeah, and this is our this is a list of our trustees, our board, the advisory panel, and of course, the US board. So the MAP Academy is, I would say, as its name suggests, is the academic wing of MAP. And I would see it as our research wing, and it has 3 components to it. One is, of course, the Encyclopedia of Indian Art, because we found that there was little on, for a country which is so rich in heritage and art traditions, there's no real encyclopedia on Indian art. So this was an effort to try and fill in that gap. And we've started, it's such a vast area. So we've started building it from 2,000 entries, and then we will gradually build it up. So that's the first aspect of the encyclopedia. And it's a completely online initiative. The second part of it is the online courses, because we wanted to provide different kinds of courses for people who were interested in the arts. Some are short-term, some are long-term. So it may be if you just have a mild interest in the arts, and then you can still go on and get something and learn a little about the arts. And there are more in-depth courses for people who want to explore it in depth. And the third aspect, of course, is tools and resources, which is there's so much information out there on a certain subject, and we felt it was important to pull that all together and create a sort of portal through which you can link to the arts, to link to whatever was available, whatever information already existed and was available. So those are the three aspects of the MAP Academy. Okay, the Aravani Commission. This was a mural that was commissioned by MAP to cover the building site, the shuttering on the building site. We thought it was a nice way of reaching out to the city, and we commissioned this by the Aravani Project. Now, the Aravani Project is a group of trans women that are trying to create a platform for transgenders to be able to reach out to the community through their art. And this fitted in so well with MAP's theme of inclusion. And we so loved the work that the Aravani Project does. So they created for this the story of Bangalore. And this was a shout out to the city. And it really highlighted the various communities that have come together to make this such a vibrant hub. So you have the Paura Karmikas who had done so much of work, especially during the pandemic. You have the people with disability there. You have the policeman with his iconic Stetson. You have people with disability. You have the tech guy walking around with his satchel and his laptop on his back. You have children. You have Cubbon Park and the High Court building peeping through in red on the right. So it was an attempt to just capture the spirit of Bangalore and the city that we're in, because it's so important to build a community and for that community to have a sense of ownership with the museum that's coming up. So Museums Without Borders is another project that really looks at collaboration. And collaboration, as I said, is at the heart of what we do at MAP. So this was a collaborative project with museums across the world. And it developed during the pandemic, because at that time, when people and objects could not travel, we thought, why don't we let them travel virtually? So we reached out to museums across the world. And the project looks really, it's basically, you take an object from MAP and it juxtaposes it with an object from the partner museum. And this could be based on commonalities or differences in geographies, in themes, in mediums, in styles. And that would be articulated by the curators. So when you bring objects into dialogue, you get some very interesting conversations. And we had some overwhelming responses from across the world and from museums from every corner. So we collaborated with the British Museum, with the Museum of Fine Arts in Boston, with the Vitra Design Museum, the Asian Art Museum. So there were just so many people who responded. We've also reached out to museums in India. So let me give you a little taste of what Museums Without Borders is. For example, it takes the work on your left, which is a Tayyab Mehta from the MAP collection, and called The Drummer. And it contrasts it with, this is a very modern work by one of our modern and contemporary artists, and it contrasts it with a work from the British Museum by Nansuk, one of our great painters, who's an 18th century miniaturist. And what brings these two works together? The theme of music. Here you have a lone drummer beating in a frenzy of despair on his drum. And there you have this group of celebratory trumpeters in a very celebratory mood, in great contrast. So it worked as a wonderful study in contrast. And this is another one that we've done, which takes a photograph by Jyoti Bhatt in Gujarat, and it contrasts it with this modern contemporary work by Ram Kumar, one of our paintings. So what brings them together? It's the gaze. Because here you can see these three little girls quite transfixed by something that is outside the outside the scope of this photograph, but you can see that they're looking with great intensity at something that you cannot see. And here, this painting is called The Graduates. So it was at a time just after independence. It was painted after independence, when it was a time of uncertainty. The nation was still being built, and these were young men who were passing out of college, but were staring at a very uncertain future. So it was a gaze that linked the two.
Art is so very integral to human society.
Oops, where did I get to now?
Art is so very integral to human society.
I don't know why
and
this
culture.
is coming up here just now. Okay, so actually that is a clip from our digital museum. So I think it would be nice now to introduce our digital museum. So let me do that. Yeah.
Art is so very integral to human society and culture, an emotional experience that helps uplifts our spirits. It has been inspiring to see art institutions across the world challenging the current circumstances so creatively, finding new ways to survive, respond, and redesign purpose.
Vakt, samay, kaal. When you think of time, all kinds of thoughts start floating through your mind. But one thing is clear, as we sit here and talk about or speculate about what time is, or how it enters the visual arts, we have to remember that it's a very supple area, extremely supple.
Okay, so that for all of you who are quite mystified by what was on your screens, that was actually the opening event of our digital launch. Because, you know, when the pandemic hit, we were all completely at that time fixated on the physical museum. And as we had these conversations with our board of directors and the advisory council, everyone said, why are you so focused on the physical museum? We don't know when things are going to change, when the museum spaces are going to be accessible. Why don't you instead look at launching a digital museum? So then we decided that, okay, if people cannot come to MAP, then let's take MAP to people. And so we planned the opening. So we planned to launch. We launched on the 5th of December. And this was really our opening event, which took people on a virtual tour of MAP. And it was an audio sensory experience with just the voices of our great historians, poets, musicians, dancers, which took them through the spaces of MAP. And we followed that, yeah.
Art is so very integral to human society.
So we followed that up actually with a week-long festival called Art is Life, because we wanted to remind people that really art is so central to all that we do in India. And art is not just about objects that hang on the walls of galleries or museums. Art is really about the way we live. Art is in the drape of a sari, in its patterns, in its motifs. It is in the rangoli that we draw on the thresholds of our doorsteps every morning. It is in the beautiful paintings that women do on the walls of their mud huts in villages. So it's in the puja rooms that we have, the way we decorate them. So art is really a way of life in India. And it was important for us to remind people of that. So it was a week-long festival which focused on the 6 categories of the collection each day. And yeah, there you can see it. So we also wanted to draw, it was themed around the interconnectedness between the arts and how each has enriched the other. So we took an artwork from MAP and we asked artists from different disciplines to respond to the artwork and create a work of their own. So we had these very interesting works that people came up with different artists. We collaborated also with different museums across the world and featured our Museums Without Borders program. We had patrons who spoke about their connection with MAP. So it was a week-long festival that really gave people a taste of what MAP was all about, what the collections were all about, who were the people who worked for MAP, what was the identity of MAP. It was really our entry onto the museum stage, even if it was virtually. Yeah, so this is actually a Yakshagana performance where we asked the artists, it's an ancient theater tradition in Karnataka, and we asked them to respond to one of the works in the collection, and they created a whole performance around Jatai Vadu. And finally, we launched our digital museum, and so what we tried to do was, not retrofit, but look at this as an entire digital entity, so that you recreate you exploit the tools of the digital space, and see that you create a whole virtual experience which doesn't try to recreate the physical space, but it instead uses the advantages of this space. So our opening exhibitions were, of course, My Life as an Artist, Buribai, which focused on the folk and tribal collection, the indigenous art in our collection. And we felt it was important not only to have the museum voice dominate the exhibition. So in fact, our curatorial team went to Bhopal, spoke to Buribai, and then tried to listen to all that she had to say about her art and her practice and how it developed over the years. And that became the curatorial narrative for the whole exhibition. We also had an exhibition. We also did an exhibition on Suresh Punjabi, which was one of the gifts to the MAP collection. And we decided that it would be also nice to have something from outside the collection, which is when we use Tallu's video work interference. So that's also a little more contemporary and modern, and give people, a taste of what's happening in today's world as well. So that is it. We now, over the next year, will be developing all our digital content so that people are able to experience what MAP has to offer in the digital space. So you wonder, it recreates the whole museum experience for you, because you can either enter onto the website and experience our exhibitions, or you can wander through the collections, or there are many blogs, articles, different kinds of things, or our events and programming, there's a whole new set of programming that's been developed for the year. And finally, then the next, of course, is our roadmap to the opening of the physical space, which we hope to do in December this year. So I hope this has piqued your interest enough to get onto the MAP Digital Museum, and also to visit us in Bengaluru in December when we open. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Kamini, for your presentation. It was really wonderful. And it was great to go through with you through MAP, through all the digital experiences that you people have managed to create. And we can't wait enough to see the real museum and visit the space in December. So we wish you all the best for all your initiatives and all your exhibitions. And digitally, I always wait for your links. As soon as you send them, I register. Everyone has to be online to see what's happening at MAP, which is so interesting, great. Something for everybody, I have to say, for the artists, for the art practitioners, for the art connoisseurs, the lovers, everybody. So great going, Kamini, and all the best to you and to the entire team of MAP for the future. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Katie, and thank you to Shruti Foundation.
Thank you.
Good afternoon and welcome to the fifth Vhah Fest. This is live from Ramgarh, Shekhawati, the beautiful town. And welcome to today's session, which is a talk by Nani Setalwal. She is a nutritionist specializing in lifestyle and immunity disorders. Her foundation, Health for You, is dedicated to make sure you have healthy food habits. I'm from Life Positive, and she has been a regular contributor to Life Positive. So I'm especially thankful to her for being a part of my foundation, Life Positive, and also being here for the Shruti Foundation's Vhah Fest, the fifth Vhah Fest 2021. Just a brief introduction to Nani. Nani wishes to prevent, retard, and reverse diseases by using food as a tool to reduce stress, manage weight, boost immunity, improve memory, enhance interpersonal relationships, have better sleep, and which will of course lead you to get better insurance premiums. Nani Setalwal is a famous nutritionist, dietitian, food guru, wellness expert, obesity, lifestyle, and disease management coach. She's a sports nutritionist, researcher, columnist, and public speaker on health. Her journey began when she battled with weight loss issues throughout her growing years. But at the age of 32 in 1996, she went from 160 kgs to 60 kgs. She lost 100 kgs, making her journey truly inspiring. With over 20 years of experience in helping her clients combat obesity, PCOD, and degenerative disorders using her food combinations, there is no one better than Nani. So we will begin with a talk by Nani, and thereafter she will be here to answer any questions that you may have. Um, Today, she's going to discuss about our heritage, how the tradition of food as a medicine is being passed on from grandmother to daughter to granddaughter, and so on and so forth. And hopefully soon it will be passed on to our sons as well. Nani, I think now we'll have you take over this conversation. Thank you.
Hi, it's really nice to be here for this festival, and I'm looking forward to sharing my views with you. And I hope you enjoy this talk.
आज है वहाँ फेस्टिवल ऑफ हेरिटेज एंड हीलिंग, और मैं आपको तैयारी करने वाली हूं कामयाबी की। मेरा जीवन का एक ही उद्देश्य है। चलो शुरुआत करते हैं कामयाबी के साथ। What is the tool I use? I use food। और हमारी परंपरा दादी, माँ और पोती, सालों से ये परंपरा चली जा रही है, और आपकी सेहत आपके रसोड़े में है। Let's change our kitchen into the medicinal box, और आपका केमिस्ट या आपकी फार्मेसी। पहले एक चीज से शुरुआत करते हैं, माँ अन्नपूर्णा की पूजा। सब साथ में बोलिए, अन्नपूर्णा सदापूर्णा शंकर प्राण वल्लभ, ज्ञान वैराग्य सिद्धि अर्पण भिक्षम देची पार्वती। कभी आपने सोचा है कि आपका रसोड़ा ही आपका दवाखाना है? बस देखिए क्या मैजिकल पिल्स है अपने रसोड़े में, और आपका दवा का डब्बा वो ही है। क्या है अपने रसोड़े में? पहले तो फ्रूट्स होते हैं, वेजिटेबल्स, मसाला, घी, तेल, अनाज, पल्सेस भरपूर होते हैं, नमक, ये सब कुछ काम के हैं, बहुत काम के हैं। आपने कभी सोचा है? मेरी दादी माँ तो बोलती थी, घी नहीं खाओगे तो चमड़ी सूख जाएगी, बाल गिरने लगेंगे और हड्डियां में होगा पेन। कितनी इंटेलिजेंट थी मेरी दादी। वो कैसे जानती थी कि विटामिन डी, ए, ई, के फैट सॉल्युबल विटामिन है। दैट मीन्स ये विटामिन फैट के बिना एब्जॉर्ब नहीं होती। तो विटामिन ए इज अ वेरी पावरफुल एंटीऑक्सीडेंट, आपके हेयर और स्किन के लिए बहुत जरूरी है। और फैट नहीं खाओगे तो कैसे ये विटामिन एब्जॉर्ब होगी? कभी आपने सोचा है? नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। बहुत सारे लोग आज लो फैट डाइट करते हैं। इट्स क्रेजी। लो फैट डाइट की जरूरत ही नहीं है। अब कैल्शियम विटामिन डी के बिना एब्जॉर्ब नहीं हो सकता है, और विटामिन डी जो सनलाइट और फैट एब्जॉर्बेबल विटामिन है, वो फैट के बिना एब्जॉर्ब नहीं हो सकता। ब्लड क्लॉटिंग के लिए विटामिन के, दैट इज ऑल्सो नीड्स फैट। सो फैट की बहुत जरूरत है। फैट सॉल्युबल विटामिन, विटामिन ई एंटीऑक्सीडेंट है, स्किन के लिए है, हार्ट के लिए है। सो मोस्ट इंपॉर्टेंट इंग्रेडिएंट आपके रसोड़े में है घी। और we don't have only one kind of fat, we have so many kinds of fats। तेल है, कच्चे घानी का तेल, नारियल का तेल है, और गाय का घी। देसी गाय का घी is today called A2 cow's ghee, and it is considered the best ghee in the world। A2 cow घी से कोई शारीरिक डिजीज नहीं हो सकते हैं। So please understand कि घानी का तेल, whether it is mustard oil, sesame oil, peanut oil, कुछ भी ऑयल, but let it be घानी का और गाय का घी। अब और सब्जियां से सब्जियां बनाओ। आप सोचते होंगे कि ये पागल हो गई है, तो सब्जियां किससे बनती है? मैं तो थक गई हूँ सुन सुन के। पनीर की सब्जी, मटर की सब्जी, चने की सब्जी, मूंग की सब्जी, आलू की सब्जी, ये क्या सब्जियां हैं? तो भूल गए हैं कि सब्जियां क्या होती है। भिंडी, टिंडी, लौकी, करेला, कद्दू, कितनी सब्जियां हैं। फूल गोभी, पत्ता गोभी, हरी सब्जियां, ये सब सब्जियां हैं। प्याज, टमाटर, ककड़ी, तुरई। हमारे देश में सब्जियां का बहुत इस्तेमाल होता है, पर लोग भूल गए हैं कि सब्जियां इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट। यू नो, जापानीज बिलीव करते हैं कि 24 डिफरेंट कलर्स एवरी डे। हमें ये बताना नहीं चाहिए। हमारी थाली जो परंपरा से आ रही है उसमें क्या 24 कलर्स तो आराम से हो सकते हैं। और ये कलर्स क्या है? ये कलर्स है एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स। अब ये एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स चीज क्या है? एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स आपके सोल्जर्स है that prevent, retard and reverse all diseases. We breathe. अब सांस तो लेना हम बंद कर नहीं सकते हैं। सांस एक फ्री रेडिकल छोड़ता है अपने शरीर में, वो जाता है हेल्दी सेल्स के पास और अटैच हो जाता है और उसको बीमार कर देता है। तो क्या करें हम? ब्रीदिंग तो बंद नहीं कर सकते हैं। नेचर बहुत होशियार है, हमें दिए हैं बहुत सारे रंग, नेचुरल कलर्स, ऑरेंज, रेड, ग्रीन, येलो, these are the antioxidants. और ये colors will fight the diseases. It prevents your arteries from clogging up. It actually will also prevent cancer cells from multiplying. So 50% of your food, 100% I would say, needs to be from vegetables. Vegetables can be added to every single thing. Yes, you can add it to dals, you can add it to your rotis, upma, pauma, sambar, chawal, सब चीजों में definitely vegetables add कीजिए। अब धनिया, आपने सोचा है क्या ये जस्ट शोभा के लिए हम डालते हैं अपने खाने पे? बिल्कुल नहीं, ये भी एक बहुत पावरफुल एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स है। धनिया इसलिए बहुत जरूरी है अपने भोजन में। अब एक छोटा सा नींबू, नींबू क्या करता है? नींबू है एसिडिक ऑन द टंग बट अल्कलाइन पेट में, एसिडिटी को मारन करता है ये छोटा सा नींबू। हर फूड पे जरूरत है कि आप नींबू का इस्तेमाल कीजिए। मैं तो बोलती हूँ दिन की शुरुआत कीजिए कभी कभी नींबू के साथ, गर्म पानी, उसमें थोड़ा नींबू और ड्रिंक इट एंड सी हाउ योर एसिडिटी गोज। कभी जलन होता है पेट में, सो नींबू को आधा काट लीजिए और चूस लीजिए नींबू को, और ये नींबू से आपकी एसिडिटी दूर होती है। नींबू है विटामिन सी। विटामिन सी इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू इंक्रीज योर इम्यूनिटी। यस, विटामिन सी से इम्यूनिटी बढ़ती है, सर्दी जुकाम उसको दूर करता है विटामिन सी। आपकी आर्टरीज को क्लीन करता है विटामिन सी। विटामिन सी दैट्स व्हाई इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, और एक छोटे से नींबू में होती है। टमाटर, पहले तो टमाटर जहरीला माना जाता था, पर अब समझ आई है टमाटर में क्या है, लाइकोपिन। लाइकोपिन क्या करता है आपके बॉडी में? लाइकोपिन भी एक एंटीऑक्सीडेंट है, और लाइकोपिन बहुत जरूरी है हार्ट डिजीजेस के लिए, कैंसर के सेल्स को मल्टीप्लाई कम करने के लिए टमाटर। और टमाटर में एक केमिकल है which satiates you, माने क्या? आपको संतोष देता है। इसलिए आप ही देखिए टमाटर की चटनी, टमाटर का सूप, टमाटर की ग्रेवी हमेशा सबको भाता है। So tomato is so very important also. Actually, हर सब्जियां और सीजनल सब्जी, अब ये है विंटर की सीजन, तो क्या है? गाजर, मूली, पत्ता गोभी, फूल गोभी, पालक, मेथी, धनिया, ये सब क्वालिटी तो इतनी अच्छी है ये सीजन में कि मजा आ जाता है। अब कॉलीफ्लावर, कैबेज, उसको क्या कहते हैं हम? क्रूसिफरस वेजिटेबल्स। और क्रूसिफरस वेजिटेबल्स इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट इन फाइटिंग मल्टीपल कैंसर्स। ये सीजन में भरपूर आती है। गोभी का पराठा, धनिया डालना भूलना मत, उसमें नींबू का अचार, गाजर का अचार, उसमें भी नींबू। अब आप ही सोचिए, स्वादिष्ट और घी, गाय का घी उसके ऊपर, वाह क्या स्वाद और क्या सेहत अपने देशी खाने में है। सांभर, उसमें क्या डाल सकते हैं? कितनी चीजें, कितनी सब्जियां, कद्दू का सांभर, ड्रमस्टिक, आज ड्रमस्टिक पूरे देश में सुपर फूड माना जाता है। ड्रमस्टिक के पान, मोरिंगा, वेरी गुड सोर्स ऑफ कैल्शियम। लोग मोरिंगा की टैबलेट खाते हैं, हमें क्या जरूरत है, हमारे तो खाने में ही ये आ जाता है। मैं बोलती हूँ आपका रसोड़ा इतना पावरफुल है, आपका केमिस्ट ये ही बन सकता है। तुलसी, आपने तुलसी का इस्तेमाल तो किया ही होगा, हर पूजा में तुलसी तो होती ही है। श्रीफल माने नारियल, केला का एक टुकड़ा, मे बी सिंगदाना, मे बी बादाम, पर सिंगदाना तो है, खोपरा तो है, केला का एक पीस और तुलसी। हर सुबह उठ के दादी माँ तो तुलसी के क्यारे के राउंड जाती थी, उसकी पूजा करती थी, फिर एक श्रीफल तोड़ती थी, थोड़े तुलसी के पान, केला के छोटे छोटे पीसेस और सिंगदाना, पूरे घर में घूमती थी और सबको थोड़ा थोड़ा देती थी। इसका क्या महत्व है? केला में है सेरोटिन, सेरोटिन आपको काम करता है और इट इज हैप्पीनेस इन अ पील, दैट्स व्हाट आई कॉल बनाना। श्रीफल, नारियल, गुड क्वालिटी फैट, वेरी एसेंशियल फॉर द बॉडी, थायराइड को कंट्रोल करता है। पीसीओडी बहुत कॉमन बीमारी है, पहले नहीं होती थी, बहुत सारी लेडीज को होती है, वजन कम नहीं होता है, स्किन पे डार्क पैचेस, प्रेगनेंसी में प्रॉब्लम्स। अब नारियल हेल्प्स यू कंट्रोल पीसीओडी। नारियल इज अ गुड क्वालिटी फैट, इट्स ऑल्सो वेरी गुड फॉर कोलेस्ट्रॉल। नारियल का इस्तेमाल सुबह सुबह। अब ये छोटा सा तुलसी, क्या पावर है तुलसी में? तुलसी में ये एक केमिकल है which automatically de-stresses you. Now imagine, दादी माँ की अक्ल कितनी स्ट्रॉन्ग थी। और सिंग, छोटी सी है सिंगदाना, बट गुड क्वालिटी फैट है। सिंगदाना तो रहता था नॉर्मली कच्चा, अब ये सिंगदाने से ही तेल निकलता है, जो मैं बोलती हूँ कच्चे घानी का तेल। अब योर ब्रेन नीड्स फैट और सुबह ही आपको तुलसी, केला, श्रीफल और शिंग मिल जाते थे, automatically energizing you, calming you down. Now you understand how powerful it is. पानी मत भूलना, पूरे दिन पानी की बहुत जरूरत है। पानी से ब्लड ट्रांसपोर्ट होता है, पानी also transports oxygen. Pani helps the digestive system to work. So you understand how important is pani for your body. बहुत लोग उसको इम्पोर्टेंस नहीं देते, थकान होती है तो पानी, स्किन में ग्लो लाना है तो पानी, तो पानी जरूर एवरी डे बहुत सारे ग्लासेस पानी के इम्पोर्टेंट है आपकी सेहत के लिए। सब्जियां की तो बात कर दी, फल की थोड़ी बात कर दे। आज तो सब लोग बोलते शुगर, बाबा वाह, खाना ही जरूरी नहीं है। अब नेचुरल शुगर इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फॉर यू, और नेचुरल शुगर अपने फल में है। और केला, पपीता, कितने फलों हैं ये सीजन में, स्ट्रॉबेरी, वेरी वेरी गुड फॉर यू। अपने प्राइम मिनिस्टर भी स्ट्रॉबेरी के गुण गाते हैं। बेरीज आर वेरी पावरफुल एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स। ग्वावा, पेरू, जामफल, आप जो चाहिए उसे बोलिए। 5 times more vitamin C than an orange. That powerful is अपना पेरू। काटो, थोड़ा नमक और थोड़ी सी लाल मिर्ची और एक्सीलेंट स्नैक बनता है ये पेरू अपना। प्लीज ऐड इट, सीजनल फूड खाइए, ये बहुत जरूरी है। मैं तो आपको याद कराती ही रहूं, I will keep reminding you and you remember seasonal. अंगूर आ गए हैं। बाबा, अंगूर कैसे खा सकती हूँ? कितनी शुगर है अंगूर में? अंगूर इज नेचुरल शुगर। पूरा विश्व बोलता है वाइन पीजिए, इट इज वेरी गुड। अब वाइन पीने की जरूरत नहीं है, अंगूर में जो सीड है वो कोलेस्ट्रॉल को लोअर करता है, वो है आपका एंटीऑक्सीडेंट। एंड अंगूर खाइए, साथ में सीड भी चबा दीजिए एंड सी हाउ गुड योर हार्ट इज कॉन्स्टेंटली टिकिंग। रसोड़ा तो भरपूर है, गाजर आंखों के लिए सुपर, बीटा कैरोटीन, कद्दू उसमें भी बीटा कैरोटीन, विटामिन ए गाजर में ज्यादा है पर बीटा कैरोटीन है अ लॉट इन कद्दू। कब हम जागेंगे? इंटरनेशनली जब बोलते हैं पंपकिन इज वेरी गुड फॉर यू, तब लोग कद्दू चालू करते हैं। और बचपन में कोई आपको कद्दू देता खाने को, नहीं 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 नहीं, ये कद्दू नहीं चाहिए। जागो जागो, अपनी परंपरा याद करो। अपना भोजन इतना साइंटिफिक है, अपना रसोड़ा इतना पावरफुल है, कोई भी बीमारी की हल अपने रसोड़े में है। हम भूल गए हैं ये सब चीज, इसलिए मैं दादी माँ और माँ के शब्द आपको याद करा रही हूं, आपके रसोड़े का पावर आपको बता रही हूं। बहुत लोग समझते ये लौकी में क्या है, ये करेले में क्या है, परवल में क्या है, टिंडा में क्या है। हम नहीं खाएंगे ये सब। हल्का भोजन, पानी से भरपूर, विटामिन से भरपूर, ये है अपना गुड फैमिली। गुड फैमिली गुड है आपके लिए, ऐड कीजिए। रात की सब्जियां तो हल्की होनी चाहिए। आज के लोग तो भूल गए हैं। दे टेक प्राइड कि मेरा बेटा खाता है पास्ता, नूडल्स, ब्राजील से खाना आता है, चाइनीज खा सकता है, दाल चावल रोटी, इसमें दम नहीं है। यार आप लोग क्या कर रहे हो? अपने खाने में जो दम है, कोई खाने में इतना दम नहीं है। भूल जाइए वो सब विदेशी खाना और खाइए अपना खाना, देशी खाना। मेरे देश की धरती उगले हीरे मोती, और ये चाहिए। ये हीरे मोती मेरे देश के जो है वो अपने हेल्थ के लिए सुपर फूड्स है, वो ही चाहिए मुझे हर दिन। और देखो आप में क्या दम होगा, और तैयारी करो कामयाबी की मेरे देश के अनमोल रत्न से। अब मैं क्या क्या बताऊं आपको, इतना छोटा सा टाइम में कैसे आपको समझाऊं। कार्बोहाइड्रेट्स मत खाइए लोगों बोलते हैं, आलू ना ना ना, मोटापन करता है, डायबिटीज को बढ़ाता है। क्या लोगों के दिमाग में ही है। मैं थक गई हूं, सबको समझा समझा के थक गई हूं। आलू इज अ वेरी सेटिस्फाइंग फूड, आलू इज अ कंप्लीट फूड, आलू में है विटामिन सी। थोड़ा आलू मिक्स कर दीजिए खाने में और मजा आ जाता है। छोटे बच्चे भी क्या, बड़े भी उसके पागल हो जाते हैं। ये केमिकल सेरोटिन है ना, ये बहुत फील गुड केमिकल है, और ये आलू में है। तो आलू है माइटी। अनाज मत खाइए, चावल तो नहीं। अरे 3/4 ऑफ माई नेशन ईट्स चावल। कितनी चावल की वैरायटीज यहाँ है, मजा आ जाता है। चावल, रोटी, सब्जी, दाल, थोड़ा सा घी, बहुत सारे मसाले, धनिया ऊपर शोभा के लिए, नींबू डालिए। बस वो सेटिस्फैक्शन जो मिलता है, जो संतोष मिलता है, ये एक थाली से वो कोई भी खाने में नहीं मिलता है। साथ में अचार, प्रोबायोटिक। अब जब दुनिया बोलेगी कि प्रोबायोटिक अच्छा है तो फिर हम भी चालू करेंगे। दही, छाछ, वो तो प्रोबायोटिक ही है। श्री कृष्ण के टाइम से दही और मक्खन, बस उस साथ में खाइए। और गट फ्रेंडली बैक्टीरिया डाइजेशन को एड करता है। keeps away diseases. मैं बोलती हूँ, मैं गुण गाती ही रहूं, साथ में आप भी गाते रहिए और खाना खाते रहिए और सेहत को इम्प्रूव करते जाओ। मेरी भाषा को जरा माफ करना, मैं हूँ गुजराती और मैं हूँ हिंदुस्तानी, थोड़ा इंग्लिश, थोड़ा हिंदी, थोड़ा गुजराती, मुंबई में रहती हूँ तो मराठी तो होगा ही, ये सब मिक्स करके मैं बोल रही हूँ आपको, और आप समझ जाओगे कि दादी माँ और माँ जो बोलती थी वो ही सच था। और आप भी शुरुआत करेंगे। 21 साल से मेरी प्रैक्टिस चल रही है। ये बाल सफेद ऐसे नहीं हुए हैं, ये बिल्ली ना 7 चूहे मार के हज पे आई है। बहुत मोटी थी, देसी खाना तो पसंद ही नहीं था, मैक्रोनी, मंचूरियन, मिल्क शेक्स, फ्रेंच फ्राइज। इतनी मोटी हो गई कि बाय द एज ऑफ 32 आई वॉज 160 किलोज। भगवान ने ही बचाया कि कोई डिजीजेस नहीं थी, बच गई। कहाँ चल सकती थी, बहुत सारे डाइटिशियंस के पास गई ये मोटापन दूर करने के लिए। पिल पॉपिंग, हाई प्रोटीन, जीरो फैट, कीटोस, सब कुछ कर दिया। फिर अकल आई, थोड़ी समझ आई और चालू किया मैंने अपना देसी खाना, लोकल, सीजनल। अब अनाज की बात कर रही थी, उसकी भी बात करूं। मैंने रोटी काटी नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। टाइम पे खाना खा रही थी, टाइम पे उठ रही थी। 6:30 बजे उठ जाती थी। पहले तो कभी सनराइज तो देखा ही नहीं था, मुश्किल था। उठ के पानी पियो, फिर चलने को जाती थी। आके मेरा नाश्ता, कभी तो इडली तो कभी तो उत्तपा, तो तभी तो मेरा खाकरा, गुजराती हूँ तो उस बटर भी आ जाता था, थोड़ा अंग्रेजी हूँ मैं। साथ में सब्जियां होती थी, धनिया की चटनी, थोड़ा सा मक्खन, बस। 12 बजे तक पेट भरा रहता था, पर कभी कभी बीच में भूख लग जाती थी तो फल खा लेती थी। सीजन का फल, जब आम की सीजन आती थी, अरे वाह क्या मजा। आम जैसी चीज नहीं है, विटामिन सी से भरपूर, पावरफुल एंटीऑक्सीडेंट ये आम है। आपकी आंखों के लिए, आपके डाइजेशन के लिए, पेट साफ रखता है। और जब आम आता है ना, कोई मीठे की याद ही नहीं आती है, तो आम से डरो मत, प्लीज ईट इट। इस देश में इतनी सारी सब्जियां, इतने सारे फल, इतने सारे मसाले, हाउ मेनी टाइप्स ऑफ फैट। अनाज, दाल, मूंग, चना, राजमा, सबके गुण गाती हूँ रहूं। बहुत लोग डरते हैं ये सब चीजें से, बोलते नहीं, शुगर है, दाल से पेट फूल जाता है। अरे कॉम्बिनेशंस वो बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, और साथ में मसाले वो भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। पर थोड़ी अनाज की वापस बात कर दूं, रोटी गेहूं की, बाजरे की, ज्वार की, नाचनी की, रागी, राजगीरा, ये थोड़े थोड़े मैं जानती हूँ। साथ में मिलेट्स, कोडो मिलेट है, कितने सारे मिलेट्स हैं। सामा का चावल, वरी का चावल कोई लोग बोलते हैं उसे, या तो उपवास का चावल, कणकी। मैं तो इतने नाम बोल सकती हूँ कि आपका मगज नहीं काम करेगा। ऑल दीज अनाजेस आर योर ब्रेन फूड्स, आपको एनर्जी देता है, आपकी सेहत को अच्छा रखते हैं। कभी अनाज को काटिए मत, पर याद रखिए बहुत सारी सब्जियों के साथ अनाज चाहिए, और अनाज के ऊपर थोड़ा सा घी बहुत जरूरी है। इनका पेट बहुत भारी सा लगेगा। अब मैं आपको बताने वाली हूं, वेजिटेरियंस डोंट लैक प्रोटीन। मैं वेजिटेरियन हूं, प्रोटीन कहां से आएगा? ये क्या पागलपन है। प्रोटीन कितना चाहिए बॉडी में? 0.8 ग्राम्स ऑफ प्रोटीन, दैट मीन्स आपका डाइट सिर्फ 20% प्रोटीन चाहिए. Vegetarians don't lack protein. Actually, vegetarian protein and vegetarian food is excellent for health. Planet को भी बचाता है ये vegetarian food. Less gas emission. कम पानी भी यूज करता है. अब मूंग है राजा, पल्सेस का राजा है मूंग. अब छोटे बच्चे का पहला भोजन क्या होता है? चावल और मूंग दाल, थोड़ी सी हल्दी उसमें, घी, कभी कभी जीरा. नाउ टेल मी, जब बच्चे का पहला भोजन होता है दाल, चावल, घी, हल्दी और जीरा, तो ये हाउ विल इट बी बैड फॉर फूड? हम तो चावल को पूजते हैं, हर पूजा में हम चावल को रखते हैं. रात को वन ऑफ द बेस्ट फूड्स, लेट मी टेल यू, इज अपनी खिचड़ी. विदुर जी ने भी खिचड़ी की बात की थी और श्री कृष्ण को एक ही चीज खाना था, किसी का भोजन नहीं चाहिए था, विदुर जी की खिचड़ी. अब आप ये खिचड़ी का महत्व समझो. खिचड़ी तो एक कंप्लीट फूड है, बिकॉज व्हेन यू कंबाइन वेजिटेरियन प्रोटीन विथ अनाज, एक कंप्लीट प्रोटीन बन जाता है. साथ में हल्दी, वन ऑफ द मोस्ट हीलिंग स्पाइसेस. और खिचड़ी में तो थोड़ा प्याज भी डाल सकते हैं, थोड़ा आलू भी, कोई भी सब्जियां डाल दीजिए, ऊपर से तड़का दे दीजिए और लाइफ में तड़का आ जाएगा. अब हम सब्जियां कैसे बनाते हैं? क्या हम जस्ट सब्जियां उबाल देते हैं? वो विलायत में लोग जो करते हैं, फिर सब बच्चे को बोलते हैं ये उबली हुई सब्जी रोज खाइए. मैं भी नहीं खा सकती हूँ और आप भी रोज नहीं खा सकते. स्वादिष्ट भोजन चाहिए, पर ये स्वाद के लिए होते हैं अपने मसाले? बिल्कुल नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं. हेल्थ के लिए मसाला का जो डब्बा है वो अपनी पूंजी है. ये मसाले के बिना यू कैन नॉट डाइजेस्ट एनी फूड. फंक्शनल फूड्स बोलते हैं, और मैं तो हंसती हूं ये सुन के. फंक्शनल फूड्स क्या है? फंक्शनल फूड्स है जो आपका मेटाबॉलिज्म इंक्रीज करता है. फंक्शनल फूड्स है जो आपको एंटीऑक्सीडेंट्स देते हैं. फंक्शनल फूड जो है मोटापन को कम करता है. फंक्शनल फूड्स आपके हार्मोन्स को कंट्रोल करते हैं. फंक्शनल फूड्स है क्या? लवंग, हल्दी, जीरा, अजवाइन, काली मिर्ची, ये सब फंक्शनल फूड्स हैं. ये लोग तो इतने ही जानते हैं. हमारे पास तो बड़ी इलायची है, शाही जीरा है, मेथी के दाने हैं. अब क्या हम कच्चे खाते हैं? पागल हो गए हम. गरम मसाला है, क्यों गरम बुलाते हैं? कच्चे खाओगे तो स्टमक की लाइनिंग को जलन होगी, इसलिए हम लोग कढ़ाई लेते हैं, उसमें थोड़ा घी डाल देते हैं, फिर मसाले डालते हैं, फिर सब्जियां डालते हैं, एंड देन वी ईट इट. दादी माँ और माँ, और अब बेटी को तो अक्ल आनी ही चाहिए कि ये जरूरी है. वो फॉरेन में, वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में हल्दी बहुत अच्छी है, अदरक बहुत अच्छा है, गार्लिक बहुत अच्छा है. GGT इज अ मस्ट. जिंजर, गार्लिक और टर्मरिक, हम तो ये जानते ही है, क्यों वहां से कोई सिखाए हमें? ये तो हमारी परंपरा है. कोई खाना में ये चीज नहीं होती है. हल्दी तो होती ही है, अदरक तो होता ही है, साथ में खाने में अदरक, हरी मिर्ची और जीरा, ये 3 चीज ही होती है. तो हम तो जानते ही है. हल्दी, टर्मरिक लाटे, बुलेट प्रूफ कॉफी, ये क्या है? कुछ नहीं, टर्मरिक लाते हैं, हल्दी वाला दूध. फिर उन लोगों को अक्ल आई कि इसमें घी के बिना तो खाया नहीं जा सकता है, एब्जॉर्ब ही नहीं होगा, पेट को जलन होगा। तो टर्मरिक लाटे में घी नहीं तो कोई भी फैट, कोकोनट मिल्क, दूध, कोकोनट मिल्क, हल्दी और कॉफी डाल देते थे। पागल लोग हैं, मैं तो जानती ही नहीं हूं इसलिए मैं भूल कर रही थी। अब हम तो दूध में हल्दी और घी तो डालते ही, कभी कभी अंजीर वाला दूध तो कभी कभी काढ़ा। दूध की प्रकृति ये है कि बलगम करता है। When we add all these things, ये बलगम वाली जो प्रकृति है ना, ये दूर करता है। मसाला, चाय का मसाला वही चीज है, इसलिए चाय में मसाला डाला जाता है। अब मुझे बताइए, अब दाल, कितनी सारी दालें हैं, वो लोग तो सिर्फ चिकपीस और राजमा इतना ही डालते हैं। मूंग, चना, मसूर, उड़द, अरहर, दाने ही दाने हैं अपनी कंपनी में। गुजराती में बोलते हैं, दाल बिगड़ी तो दिन बिगड़ा। बात तो सही है। अब दाल में हम ऊपर से तड़का डालते हैं, इमली, कोकम, टमाटर, नींबू, ये सब दाल में डालते हैं। क्यों? प्रोटीन फूड्स कैन नॉट बी एब्सॉर्ब विदाउट नींबू, विदाउट विटामिन सी रादर। अब हम तो ये जानते ही हैं, इसलिए परंपरा से अपने कोई भी प्रोटीन फूड में हम लोग नींबू तो डाल ही देते हैं। नमक इज बैड फॉर हेल्थ। अरे नमक हैज 83 vitamins, essential vitamins which is needed, and minerals which is needed for body functions. सबरस वो है नमक। सबरस क्या है? जो हर खाने में रस देता है, खाने में प्राण देता है। नमक के बिना तो क्या खाना। दिवाली के दिन, दिवाली के रात के बाद नए साल की शुरुआत, दे दान छुटे ग्रहण, और लोग जाते थे और नमक देते थे पहले, इसलिए उसको सबरस माना जाता है। रॉक सॉल्ट, सी सॉल्ट, जाड़ा नमक वो सी सॉल्ट होता है। रॉक सॉल्ट माने सिंधाला नमक, उपवास का नमक। It comes from your mountains. That is the food you need to add आपके खाने में। Please use natural salts. बोल रहे पिंक हिमालयन सॉल्ट बहुत अच्छा है, तभी हम लोग चालू करेंगे। भूलिए मत अपनी परंपरा। हल्दी और नमक का पानी, just gargle with it, आपका पूरा throat will clean. Every day I will say gargle with it. It's so very important. As I say, मेरे देश की धरती, उबले उबले हीरे मोती, छोटी छोटी चीजें। डायबिटीज भयानक डिजीज है और बहुत बढ़ रही है अपने देश में। जागो भारत जागो, अपना देशी फूड में सब कुछ है जो डायबिटीज को दूर कर सकता है। मेथी के दाना, करेले की सब्जी और बाजरा, नाचनी, ये सब are excellent foods for diabetes. 50% of the plate में सब्जियां डालिए। आपको पता है 1 किलो सब्जी is only 300 calories. अब 1 किलो सब्जी भी दिन में खाओगे ना, so that less calories you will get. No sugar in any of your vegetables. Rather, it will help you cut down sugar. Combine it with a protein food. कोई भी दाल में सब्जियां डालिए और फिर रोटी। Excellent for health. ये प्याज, आपको पता है प्याज भी कितना पावरफुल फूड है। ये सब स्वाद भी देता है, बलगम को दूर करता है। जो people who have lived till the age of 100, उसके डाइट में प्याज होता है। I'm telling you, Desi food is the most healing food. पैर दुखता है तो तिल का तेल यूज कीजिए, राई का तेल, बॉडी के मसाज के लिए भी ये बहुत अच्छे हैं। ठंडी की सीजन में तिल का तेल और राई का तेल, घी और नारियल का तेल थ्रू आउट द ईयर। That is how powerful as our food. There is so much. कड़ी पत्ता, नीम, बहुत लोग तो उसको निकाल देते हैं खाने से। नीम के गुण गाऊं तो बहुत कम है। नीम, रीम, हीम, ये तो पूजा की चीज है। इतनी शक्ति है कड़ी पत्ते में, डायबिटीज को कम करता है। कोई भी स्किन इन्फेक्शन हो तो नीम की जरूरत है। जब बच्चे हम थे, चिकन पॉक्स हो जाते थे, फिर जब चिकन पॉक्स कम होते थे तो वो बिटर नीम, कड़वा नीम पानी में डाल के हमें उसे नहलाते थे। स्किन इन्फेक्शंस, नीम। That's why I say neem is so very, very important. So हर खाने में नीम। अप्रैल, गुड़ी पड़वा, 8 दिन गुड़ी, अप्रैल के टाइम पे सुबह कड़वा नीम का जूस, थोड़ा सा ही, ये कड़वा नीम का जूस will keep away all diseases. It is so amazing. लहसुन, क्या करता है ये लहसुन? आपकी आर्टरीज को क्लीन रखता है। It is a very powerful antioxidant for many cancers. और जोड़ों की बीमारियां हेल्थ लहसुन दूर करता है। You must add लहसुन in your food. स्वाद भी देता है। It's the food for the heart. अलसी, फ्लैक्स सीड्स, क्या है अलसी? छोटा सा सीड है, 5000 years old. मुखवास में हम मिक्स करते हैं तिल का सीड, पंपकिन सीड्स और अलसी, साथ में सौंफ। ये छोटे से सीड्स में कैल्शियम, जिंक, ओमेगा 3, all this is good for your health. I'm telling you, our food is very scientific. दादी सब कुछ जानती थी, बोलती नहीं थी, बिकॉज हम लोग चुपचाप खा लेते। आप ये मिलेनियम्स, दिस न्यू सेंचुरी के बच्चे, प्रूफ चाहिए। हम कहाँ संस्कृत पढ़ते हैं? जितना the literature that we have in our books, आपका दिमाग नहीं काम करेगा। 21 साल से मैं पढ़ रही हूँ, कभी कभी लगता है कि शुरुआत भी नहीं की है। That much knowledge is there in our Vedic culture, and we need to use it. We don't need to look anywhere else. Everything is here. That's how good our food is. मैं क्या बताऊं, गैस हो रहा है, चपटी सा हींग, इसलिए तो हर भोजन में हम हींग डालते हैं, गैस को दूर करता है। गोंद, आपने गोंद कभी सुना है? प्रेगनेंसी के टाइम स्पेशली मेथी, गोंद और जैगरी के लड्डू बनते हैं। गोंद का क्या काम है? गोंद रिमूव्स गैस, और गैस का पेन इतना भयानक होता है, सिर्फ पेट में नहीं होता है। इट डजंट जस्ट गो अप टू द चेस्ट, कभी तो बैक में जाता है, सिर पे चला जाता है। तो इसलिए गोंद देते हैं। मेथी, मेथी यूट्रस को साफ करता है। साथ में घी, घी इज अ डाइजेस्टिव, इससे लड्डू में घी, गोंद, मेथी और थोड़ा सा गुड़, गुड़ इज एंटी एसिड. गुड़ में है मिनरल्स और विटामिन जो व्हाइट शुगर में नहीं है. They are completely removed. And that's why we will have a gone color too. It is so, so important. You know, every food is thought about so much. We don't even realize it. Rasam. Rasam is the best digestive. हर रात को just थोड़ी सी दाल उसमें, फिर टमाटर, तो कभी टमाटर नहीं तो नींबू, और ऊपर से तड़का देते हैं. तड़के में होता है क्या? लवंग, जीरा, राई, कड़ी पत्ता, काली मिरी. Functional foods fix up the metabolism, keeps away joint pains, सर्दी और जुकाम को दूर रखता है. I'm telling you, there is magic in our food. If हम सिर्फ ये याद रख सकते हैं, अंजीर, खजूर, किशमिश, ये सीजन में आते हैं. Just little bit of खजूर की चटनी थाली में आप याद कीजिए. खजूर की चटनी, नींबू, नमक, आचार, रोटी, सब्जी, दाल, कितने टेस्ट सेटिस्फैक्शन. यू नो, आयुर्वेदिक एक चीज बोलता है कि satisfy your 5 tastes: sweet, sour, astringent, salt, and you see the benefits that you will get. Sattvic, tamasic, rajasic. Have you heard these words? What is the connection today in our lives? Tamasic food is junk food. Batata vada, white flour pav, pastas, जिसमें कोई न्यूट्रिएंट्स नहीं होते हैं. जब न्यूट्रिएंट्स नहीं होंगे तो दिमाग कैसे काम करेगा? बॉडी का फ्यूल क्या है? फूड. एंड इफ द फूड इज बैड, यू विल नॉट बी एबल टू वर्क. ये फूड हमारे भोजन में आते ही नहीं थे. दिस इज फास्ट फूड. एंड जब दिमाग नहीं काम करेगा, आप कुछ नहीं कर सकते. एक स्टडी हुई थी यूएसए में. क्रिमिनल्स में क्या कॉमन था? वर दे चिल्ड्रन ऑफ क्रिमिनल्स? Were they mentally disturbed? Were they very poor? No, it was junk food. Rajasic food. Rajasic food. Butter, paneer, Manchurian. February की सीजन है, मुझे आम खानी है. हाँ, मैं पैसे से तो कुछ भी ले सकती हूँ. Short tempered personality. Only thinking about himself and nobody else. Maximum is family. Fair means और foul means से achieve कर सकता है कुछ भी. What is sattvic? Sattvic is simple food, fresh food, organic food, without chemicals, cooked at low temperature. सीधा रोज ताजा बनाया हुआ खाना. सुबह बनाओ, दोपहर को खाओ. सुबह का खाना रात को नहीं. रात का खाना सिंपल. That is what is sattvic food. बहुत पैसे देते हैं आज लोग to give fresh food, organic food, slow cooked food. वो तो हमारा भोजन ही है. So that's what we need to eat. Sattvic personality is a calm person, peaceful person. He can achieve anything in life. He will think of himself and the world. If I do this, how will I benefit the world? क्या सात्विक लोग साधु होते हैं? नहीं. They can be huge achievers. One of the persons when I think of sattvic, politician है, Abdul Kalam. Then who else do I think is sattvic? Industrialist हो सकता है. हाँ, JRD टाटा बहुत किया अपने देश के लिए. वैसे तो इतने लोगों हैं, आप समझ नहीं सकते हो. जैसा आहार वैसा विचार. सुना है? You are what you eat. Your thought process is what you eat. So when the food is sattvic, you will be calm, you will be peaceful. जो decision आप लोगे will be not only good for you but also good for the world. I'm telling you, my kitchen is my strength. Every food, every masala, अन्न का जो भी दाना है, it is healing. Please do not forget it. Your pharmacy, आपका medicine cupboard, आपका pill box, आपका kitchen है ना? कभी सिर दुखता है, क्या करते हैं? एक कप मसाला चाय. That masala will take the headache away. Morning sickness, जब ladies pregnant होती है, थोड़ा सा अदरक चबा दीजिए, and you'll see the miraculous. Constipation है, पपैया खा लीजिए, क्या पेट साफ आएगा? That's what I'm telling you. Everything is in the kitchen. बहुत सारे लोग come to me. Cholesterol lowering, anxiety, diabetes कम करना है. I'm constantly constipated and I say one thing. Tell me what your food is और मैं आपको बता सकती हूँ कि ये क्यों हुआ है. और how do I solve this? Just with food. आपका रसोड़ा, आपकी शक्ति है, आपकी पूंजी है और ये आपके हाथ में है. What you can fill in your kitchen. I mean, there are so many remedies which have been passed down from grandmother to mother to daughter. And it needs to be passed down. ये परंपरा हमें भूलनी नहीं है. I am telling you, we have a cannon full of home remedies. कुबेर के खजाने से भी भर के अपने देशी फूड में शक्ति है. It is possible to change the destiny and the blueprint of your health with food. I've been there, I've walked the path, I know the pitfalls. I'm there to hold your hand. Just follow the traditional Indian food and let the kitchen be your pill box. It is so easy, it is so simple. Remember that the word impossible spells as I am possible. और याद कीजिए, मेरी देश की धरती उगले उगले हीरे मोती. आप में है दम, मेरे में जरूर है दम. चालू कीजिए देसी खाना and see how your health improves.
Thank you for that, Nanny. You have broken many myths. Even I was not aware of, many of the things you mentioned in today's talk. So I have actually a question for you. You talked about that I can almost eat anything I want, right? But what is it that I cannot eat? Is there something that I should avoid or not eat?
What you need to eat is local seasonal, and anything that is not local and seasonal you need to avoid.
Okay. And that will make me lose weight.
Of course, it'll make you lose weight. It will give you energy. It will empower you. I mean, it's in your hands. It's not in anybody else's hands. And that's what you need to understand.
Okay. Because, we have all this intermittent fasting and so many fads going on.
So intermittent fasting though was part of what our whole culture was. I mean, we didn't get up first thing in the morning and stuff ourselves with food. I mean, सुबह उठते थे और लोग आज जो 10 बजे, 11 बजे, 9 बजे नहीं यार. सब लोग टाइम पे उठ जाते थे with sunrise or at 6:30 latest. फिर पानी पीते थे, 2-3 घंटे कौन खाता था? So it was always 3 hours after waking up, 3 hours after sunrise. And normally dinner was early. I mean, when I was a child, I mean, dinner was 7 o'clock sharp. I mean, so fasting ho jata tha na. Subah 7 baje or next morning, at about 9 o'clock, maximum a glass of milk and then go to school. Okay. So 14 घंटा तो वैसे ही हो जाता. And it's written in our scriptures, eat before sunset, eat after 2 hours after sunrise. Okay. That is circadian rhythm. And when we follow this, everything balances in the body. As I said, कहीं कोई विदेश में बोल देगा intermittent fasting, नया नाम आया, हम लोग पागल के जैसे उसके पीछे भागते रहेंगे. Exactly. गुलामी की आदत है.
That's what I was thinking. So intermittent fasting is something that our ancestors have been doing for a really long time, and now it's come back to us with a new name and with some celebrities following it, and so it becomes a fad.
आप जाइए यूपी के कोई के गांव में जाइए, मैं बहुत बार टैक्सी ड्राइवर्स को पूछती हूँ कि कितने बजे आप लोग खाते हो शाम को? 6:30 बजे. बिकॉज हम जल्दी सो जाते हैं, जल्दी उठ जाते हैं, रात को पहरा भी देते हैं, so जल्दी खाना पड़ता है.
Also, like for diabetes, you said that I can eat any kind of fruit I want. It's okay, and
you have to eat a balanced meal. You cannot रोटी कैसे काट सकते हो आप? I mean, वो तो आपकी B vitamin है, which will energize you, which will give you satisfaction. But the main thing is half your plate has to be vegetables.
Okay.
So roti, sabji, dal, or jada, more of the vegetables. And then look at the thali, the 5 tastes. As I said, haldi will be there in the thali, achar will be there, hari chutney will be there, namak will be there, nimbu will be there, sabjiya, roti, and then end with thoda dal and chawal, maybe. So if you eat a balanced meal, you will automatically, and that food will have everything in it which will control your sugar levels, release it slowly. धनिया ऊपर डालिए, कड़ी पत्ता, सब लोग as I said कड़ी पत्ता को निकाल के डाल देते हैं. What is this nonsense we are up to?
Okay.
Functional foods which are masalas actually cut down sugar levels. I'm telling you, दिमाग कैसे चलेगा यार? I mean, if you have food which makes your brain think, you'll be able to understand. I mean, बहुत interesting था. Economist Amartya Sen said one very important thing. Economy of the country cannot improve unless you improve nutrition. तो 2 minute मेरा भी दिमाग बंद हो गया था. Then I thought, he came from the area of West Bengal, northeast, where there is really scarcity of food and malnutrition. Now, if I think of a bank balance, okay, every day I put in money because I've earned it, I put it in. For my day-to-day activities, I am removing money, right? To utilize. What is left is saving. So every day I'm putting food in my body, for calcium, for iron, etc. I am removing that from the food I eat. Now, extra is stored, which is used in emergency. Now, if I eat extra fat, it's going to be stored, obviously, and I'll become fat. Yep. But it is kept as a savings account. Now, every day I need calcium, iron, and all the minerals. Now, today I eat a food which has no minerals and vitamins or nutrient in it. मैं कहाँ जाती हूँ? मेरे saving account में. And that's how I deplete my entire saving account. That's why nutrient robbers is the junk food. And that's what I tell all of y'all. Okay, what are y'all up to?
That was very good. Thank you so much for that. So I have a question from the audience that is the diet different for different body types or it can be same or similar?
It is one man's food, other man's poison. So if I see you have a body ache, I will add certain kinds of oils. I will remove it. There are certain attas which may cause pain for some people. So I might remove that. बहुत लोगों हर दाल से it causes joint pains. But then if I add enough masalas like the rasam, which has all the functional foods, the joint pain won't happen.
Okay.
I mean, that's the power of our food. That's the science of our food.
Mhm. Okay. Also, you did mention, mentioned that, ghee and all is good for you and the oil. So people who are trying to turn vegan, that for them it becomes a huge challenge, eating ghee and paneer and all those, yogurt, for example, like probiotic yogurt you mentioned that is essential. But how does one become a vegan then? Because
Okay, now see, now vegan, I'll go about it slowly. One reason I become a vegan is because I don't want to eat animal products, because I respect animals. Another reason one becomes vegan is to prevent, to retard and reverse diseases, because animal products are known to cause diseases. Okay, so I'm not doing it purely for looking after, you know, cruelty to animals. So if that form of vegan, you can have cow's ghee, because cow's ghee, you're trying to, actually you're lactose intolerant. That's why you have decided to be vegan. So ghee is lactose free. Talking about curd and probiotic, lots of people do avoid it. Again, because for some people it can cause bulgum, for some people it causes joint pain, and some people really don't want to have dairy products. So if you're looking at probiotic, then the pickles, the idli, the dosa, the fermented food also helps. But if you're going to be pure vegan, you definitely need to have vitamins and minerals. So Mahatma Gandhi decided to experiment on food. And he's done vast experiments on food for the betterment of the Indian, population. He wanted to improve their health. He did turn vegan. He became very weak. And Kasturba really became very, very weak because she also joined him in that program. And I think that was the first time B12 injections were flown into India for them. So it's a call you have to take. I will yet say, of course, cruelty to animals is one of, and preserving our environment is one of the biggest reason, and sustainability, saving the green planet is one of the reasons we should turn vegan. But as I said, since the time of, I don't even know, Krishna, Ram, there was always cows. The thing is, if you do want to eat, I would respect. And, when the cow is pregnant, you do not have the milk. The cow, only when it gives the milk, you have it. Not like, you have certain companies which say, cows are not touched by human hands. That's so crazy. You need to pet it. You need to clean it. You need to nurture it like your own child.
Okay.
So, I would be more for the love of the planet. I mean, the love of the animal. So that's when you have, it's a calling, it's a choice. Does that make sense? I could talk, we should talk about veganism, sustainability, looking after our planet. I mean, that I can go on for hours about it. I had been vegan for 8 years. I won't say pure vegan, but I do animal products to the minimum. I love curd, but it does cause bulgum in me, unfortunately, because I'm not as clean as I want to be.
Okay, thank you for that.
But they are antidotes. So please understand why you want to do what you want to do.
Okay. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Another question is that, from the audience again, that she's saying that she grew up the way you mentioned, but how do we teach the youngsters?
By taking pride in our own food, by not introducing the other food in your house. I remember my very dear friend's son, Anirudh, used to sit with his grandmother and eat his thali. And he used to have sabji, roti, dal. And so many people had commented, how is he going to survive in the outside world if he only eats this food? I mean, that's crazy.
Yeah,
Thank God. He has landed up being slim, trim, fit, and doesn't have, most of the problems which today's new generation has. Unfortunately, junk food did come also in his life. But the body, when the foundation is strong of any building, automatically, the body will be stronger. So I always say, बहुत लोग कहते हैं बच्चे हैं कुछ भी खाने दो, आयल से पागल हो गए, इमारत को वीक क्यों कर रहे हो? And that time the child is totally dependent on you on the food. I mean, you think of it, you travel for 20 days or 10 days, when you come back, you're not going to want that outside food, your own home food, whatever you've grown up with, whether it's a plate of chips or it's a simple sabji, dal, roti. So what you cultivate, jaise beej, the quality of the beej you put in, that's the quality of the plant you'll get. It's in your hands. Start taking pride in our food. I mean, I have so many visitors who come from around the world, okay, to my house. I remember the Japanese, I went to Japan on the invitation of the Japanese government. And I remember the head of Yakult. At that time, he was 11 years in India, and his son is also born in India. And I asked him, what do you eat at home? Only Japanese food.
Okay.
Only on like Independence Day or certain functions, because I don't know whether he's in a Japanese school, international school, that's when he eats outside food. We don't take pride in our own food.
Yeah.
I have guests who come, from China by chance. One day they will try our Indian food, then they're looking for their own food. They order their own food. So is it an American. We are the only ones who don't do this.
Yeah, I think somewhere it resonates with me as well. I understand that there is peer pressure, and there is peer pressure to the kids to conform. But I have an experience to share. My son, my elder son, who grew up in the U.S., he would take his Indian food to school, and initially the kids will tell him that why this food smells, or it has very strong flavors.
Of course.
And he would respond back, that's because my mom is packing gourmet food for me every day. So.
Well, we please do a workshop on the gourmet foods of my country.
So it depends also. You're right, how strong the seed is and how, you take pride in your own food. I agree with that wholeheartedly. And so I think, thank you so much, Nani. This was very illuminating. And we all here at Ramgarh enjoyed it. And it is also being live streamed on various platforms. I think it's being live streamed on Facebook, YouTube. We're also recording it, and we'll be happy to share the recording with you afterwards. Yeah.
Thank you so very much.
Thanks
I'm
again.
hoping I'm going to be next year in Ramgarh.
Yes,
with you physically.
Yes, of course. We welcome you here. Okay. Thank you so much. Thanks
Not
a
at
lot.
all.
It was very illuminating. Thank you. And thank you all who joined us today. Thanks a lot.
Just put it like this, straight and clear. A warm welcome from Shruti Foundation to all of you. This is the 5th Vhah Fest, Vedaranya Heritage and Healing Fest in Ramgarh, Shekhawati. As a trustee of Shruti Foundation, I am very happy to introduce Katyayani Agarwal today. Katyayani is an art historian and an independent advisor for museums and cultural spaces. She is also the founder of Datri Foundation. She is a resident of Mumbai. She is passionate about Indian heritage, culture, arts, and crafts, and through her foundation has initiated and is supporting several skill centers in different parts of the country to revive, save, and promote traditional and lesser known arts and crafts. Over to Katyayani now.
There is more.
Sorry. Since 2017, a bit more about Katyayani. Since 2017, Katyayani has been working pro bono as an advisor and consultant for Shruti Foundation at Ramgarh, Shekhawati for the resurgence of the Shekhawati region in Rajasthan. Recently, Katyayani, as part of Intact, has initiated revival of a 700-year-old craft of handmade paper at Kagzipura, a village near Aurangabad, with plans of setting up a unique museum at Aurangabad, training workshops, etc. Katyayani is a consultant and curator for 3 upcoming museums in Ramgarh, Shekhawati, Allahabad, as well as Mumbai. She is currently writing 2 books on Malaviya cuisine of Allahabad and the second book on splendors of Indian architecture. Over to Katyayani.
Thank you, Jija. Thank you for the lovely introduction. And I'm so happy to be here with Shruti Foundation and to talk about a region, an art of a place that I'm in love with and have been involved with for the last 4 years. I would now like to take you through my presentation on the murals of Shekhawati. Avantika! Avantika! It's not moving. My slides are not moving. Okay. I'm sorry for this little glitch here, but so I visited the first time I came to Ramgarh Shekhawati was in 2017, when my husband and I, who were avid travelers, who had wanted to visit Shekhawati for the longest, wanted to come here. And but somehow it was not happening. But on the insistence of a common friend with Shruti, she told us that we should go to Shekhawati, and that Sheikh Shruti has a lovely homestay here called Vedaranya Haveli, and that we could go there and stay with her. And so that's how my husband and I came to Ramgarh about 4 years ago. We reached in the morning, and by night, when we got up we reached at night, sorry. And when we got up in the morning, we went around Ramgarh, and I was instantly awestruck and taken in with the place, with the beautiful havelis, the chhatris, the joras, and the most spectacular murals that I saw there. But I was also quite distraught on the kind of negligence and apathy that the local people had towards their own heritage and their own culture. Then it so happened that Shruti invited me to help her set up a museum in Ramgarh. And that's how my visits to Ramgarh started happening. And Shruti and I started to kind of work together into creating and building Ramgarh into Ramgarh Shikhavati into a space where people would come and kind of revive and, revive the region of Shikhavati. So as you drive in from, sorry, I don't know what's happening with my, no, I think Avantika, I need a little help here. Sorry guys, I have to go back to my slides. Okay. Thank you, sorry, yeah. As you can see, we are quite tech challenged here. So as you drive in to Shikhavati, either from Delhi or from Jaipur, the one thing that really strikes you are these really stumpy, ghostly trees. And that really caught my attention as I was driving in. Shikhavati is a dry, arid land and dotted with these trees, these stumpy trees called Kejri trees. This is another view of those. So Shekhavati was formed, is named after Rao Shekha. He was a 15th century warrior. And the region east of Aravalli was controlled by him and subsequently by his descendants. And by 1732, Rao Shekha's descendants, Shardul Singh and Shiv Singh, had accelerated the control and had evicted the Nawabs of Fatehpur and Jhunjhunu and took full control of the Shekhavati region. So this is supposed to be, I'm not very sure, but this is supposed to be a fresco, which is a portrait of Rao Shekha. Under the Rajputs, Shekhavati prospered, lower duties on caravans passing through the region as compared to the states of Bikaner and Jaipur, attracted more traders and caravans, and thus more collection of revenue meant more prosperity and wealth for the locals. The region continued to prosper until 1822. However, by 1830, there was a rapid decline in trade and movement of the merchants and their goods through the region because of the menace of banditry and reduction of duties of the states of Jaipur and Bikaner on the persuasion of the British. Because of the movement of caravans through the region, the Marwari merchants were already connected to the eastern cities of the Ganges ports, especially to Calcutta, the capital of the rising British Empire. The ever-astute merchants of Shekhavati migrated to Calcutta, the headquarters of East India Company, the very heart of the colonial trade, and there they flourished. Reports of success back home in Shekhavati attracted more men to migrate, and by the end of the 19th century, their economic power in Calcutta was unrivaled. By the end of the 19th century, the merchants had complete control over the subcontinent's commerce. Great fortunes were made, and by 1840, Shekhavati became one of the richest regions of the country, inhabited by some of the most prosperous and successful businessmen, names that still shine bright in the financial world, which include the Birlas, the Podars, Khemkas, Ruyas, Piramals, Bajajas, and so on. In the late 19th century, Shekhavati boasted of the highest per capita income and created the so-called Seths. This was a title conferred upon them. In fact, Ramgarh was renamed Ramgarh Sethan, meaning Ramgarh of the Seth, because of the large number of Seths there. As would be, one can see how rich the region was, as you can see in this telegram that is here on your screens, which says 2 handy bags full of cash and diamonds left. So apparently a husband had probably left his 2 bags full of diamonds and cash and had left in a hurry. And then he had to send a telegram to his wife asking her if she had found it, and probably, obviously meaning to keep it in safe custody. So all this prosperity, etc., kind of, started a kind of a frenzied construction in the region. Construction, although little, had already started in the first phase of the prosperity in the 18th century. However, by early 19th century, the immigrant merchants had made huge fortunes, and this started a flurry of construction activities with handsome mansions, temples, chhatris, wells, and johras being built in every town of Shekhawati. The quasi-Mughals, the Seths, inspired by the Mughals and the Rajputs, started painting their buildings and competed with each other to display their success and affluence by painting more. Every building was painted, both from inside and outside. No area was left plain. Facades, rooms, bedrooms, sitting rooms, every wall was painted. This period of frenzied construction and painting lasted over 100 years until the middle of the 20th century, creating a region unparalleled anywhere in the world and what I call the world capital of murals. There were different kinds of buildings that were being constructed, which was havelis, temples, chhatris, sarais or dharamshalas, wells and johras. And the Shekhawati architecture had many, many influences. We had, of course, the Mughal influence, the Rajput influence, and because they had migrated to Calcutta to the east, there was also a Bengal influence in the architecture of the region. So there were the different kinds of buildings that you see here when you come to Shekhawati. This is a haveli, as my cursor will say. So this is the facade of a haveli, typical haveli, projecting rooms which are supported by these brackets, what we call the todas. And this is haveli here, and in one of the havelis in Chubru. This is a typical courtyard of a haveli. So as you enter, there would be a little foyer kind of a thing, and when you enter, there would be a courtyard, and you would have rooms constructed all around. And this is this is a live example of a haveli. There were temples. The popular design in 18th and 19th century in Shekhawati of temples was this, and we have the most spectacular example of this architecture in the Veda temple at Ramgarh, Shekhawati, which was constructed somewhere around 1895. Another temple, which were very large temples, were like these, and another most beautiful example of this type of temple architecture can be seen in the Ganga Mai temple at Ramgarh. Then there were chhatris. So these were basically cenotaphs or memorials constructed by wealthy Seths in memory of their ancestors. So we found a very interesting diagram of the chhatris. And this is a chatri. This is a photograph of a chatri, which is a cluster of chatris at Ramgarh, Shekhawati. The johras. This was a well. So typically in Shekhawati, you will see wells with minarets. Sometimes there were 2, sometimes there are 4, depending on the patron or the person who was constructing it. And probably the idea to have these minarets was to be able to tell travelers who were looking for water that there is water there. And we assume that these little niches that you see here were probably to put lamps at night for travelers to be able to spot a well from a distance. And this was also a very interesting architecture. So, of course, women here, as you can see in this very, very beautiful fresco of how women are drawing water, there was also, if you see in this diagram here, so for large quantities of water, bullocks were plied. So they would tie a bucket or a large, goat skin thing bag to the bullocks, and they would walk back. The water would get filled, and then the bullocks would go down a slope. So they would not feel the weight of the water and would go down the slope carrying large quantities of water. This is a typical Johra. Another beautiful thing where there were catchment areas. So whatever little rain there was, it would get stored in these. And again, the whole architecture was very well thought of, where they would have little rooms for privacy for women to bathe and to even to rest in the day in hot seasons, in summers. And there was also they were designed in such a way that if the water overflowed, it would flow into another area of the Johra, which had a slope on, and from that slopes the animal could come down and access water. Now here it prevented rather human animal conflict, one, and secondly contamination of water meant for human consumption and for animal consumption. So another very beautifully thought of architecture for these Johras, a very thoughtful way of designing these Johras. So now we come to the murals, which you will see everywhere. So as you walk, I always tell people, please don't look down, look up as you walk in Shekhawati. The entire region of Shekhawati is carpeted with buildings with murals. Every type of building, every type of story every type of structure is painted here. Creating surfaces to paint the wall was a laborious task, requiring labor, time, and money. Buildings were constructed from lime mortar. The same but a much finer mixture that was used for plastering was used for creating the final layer for the murals. The walls were first burnished and then they were painted upon. Then there were two methods of painting murals: the wet method, what we call the alagila, and the dry method. Both methods of painting were used to execute to create murals in Shekhawati. In the wet method, the masons would plaster small sections of wall, and before the plaster could dry, the artist would paint on the wet plaster. So that way, the pigments, everything got arrested within the plaster. In the dry method, the plaster would be allowed to dry, then burnished, and finally it was painted upon. For long borders and other repetitive motifs, stencils were used. And for others, the artist would use a freehand. A base was painted and then finally colors were filled in. The subjects painted were as much as the patron's prerogative as the painters. Sometimes the patrons would decide, and other times the painter would paint whatever fancied him. And perhaps that is why we have such a massive palette of colors, of subjects, and of styles in Shekhawati. So preparing the surface here is a beautiful, very, very rare representation of muralists at work in a mural here. It's probably from the style and from the colors, etc. What I can see is that probably it's an early 20th century mural. So here, every step of mural creation is depicted here. So here's a Garat, he's making the plaster, somebody is making the color pigments, here a plastering of the wall is happening, here somebody is burnishing, somebody is carrying up the paints, etc. And here you see the painter painting. So every aspect of the mural making is depicted in one single mural, a very rare mural. The evolutions of materials and styles of murals. So introduction of colors happened before, when the mural painting, so by up to 1820 and 65, mostly natural pigment, common color were used. Common colors were red, green, yellow, ochre, and lamp black. So you just see these as can be seen here. Very limited color palette. But by 1860, artificial pigments from Germany came in. They were imported in, and there were cheap blues. So there were colors blue, chrome red, emerald green, and then you see a profusion of colors in the murals of Shekhawati. Here you can see the ultramarine blue, which is absolutely predominant in this most amazing Chhatri owned by Mrs. Usha Podar, which we very fondly call the Ramayan Chhatri, because it has all the entire story of Ramayan painted on the dome. So it is just the most spectacular thing that you can lay your eyes on when you come to Ramgarh Shekhawati. Again, to give you an example, just to kind of tell you, here's the same painting. It's a painting from the Ragamala, and you can see the same painting that has been created in 1840, the same subject, and then 1860. So the subject has been treated differently because of the introduction of colors. So this is 1840, this is 1860. There was a huge demand for artists and painters, and a large number of them moved from Jaipur and its environs. Anybody with masonry and drafting skill was commissioned, and unimpeded by any restrictions, these artists painted anything and everything that inspired them. The styles of these masons artists sets Shekhawati absolutely completely apart. They were familiar with the Mughal style through miniatures and murals that they had seen in Jaipur, and also other influences that they had seen, they saw in the European art. The 19th century painters were greatly influenced by European painters whose works were accessible to them through via lithographs, labels on tins, cloth, and items imported from Europe at that point in time. Shekhawati art evolved from 18th century. Lively two-dimensional paintings of deities, princes, etc., to an early 20th century where the artist painted anything and everything that's fancied. And also started to experiment with the third dimension in paintings with the use of shadow, depth, perspective, foreshortening, etc., etc. This resulted in a most fantastic fusion of East and West, and kind of created their own school of art to create the most unusual art collection in the world. So in terms of evolution of materials and styles of murals, here's a two-dimensional, flat two-dimensional mural. So as you can see, it is flat. There is no sense of shadow, there is no sense of foreshortening, there is no shed, there's nothing. And then you see here, this is a 1937 car where the European style of foreground, background, shadows, etc. have been introduced. You can almost feel, you almost think, you can almost, you feel that it's a photograph, it's not a mural because of the way it has been treated. So this style also evolved, giving a very lifelike representation to what was being painted on the walls of Shekhawati. Again, just to demonstrate what I just said earlier, here's a man with a gramophone here. This is a 1895 painting. So very flat, absolutely flat. And here's another one, a lady with a gramophone painted in 1912. Sorry, painted in 1912. And it's almost like a photograph. I mean, like a print. It's so realistic. Again, the three-dimensional, the foreshortening, the background, the foreground, etc., etc. With time, also the subjects that were being painted also underwent a change. The subject or the genres of murals also underwent a huge change. The early murals were mostly decorative or religious, but by the turn of the 20th century, the painters were painting whatever they saw, including political leaders and events. There was nothing that they were not painting. The paintings can be broadly categorized in the following genres: the religious, folk tales, ragamalas, erotica, everyday life, vahans or vehicles, which were very, very popular, and miscellaneous. So you'd see a lot of other things as well, which included Britishers and their contraptions. So in the religious ones, the most popular were, of course, Ram and Krishna. As you can see, so this is a mural from the Ramayan Chhatri here. Ram is being anointed as the king. He's being crowned as the king. And here's another, this one is Krishna and Radha, very, very popular subject, part of the Ras Leela, which you can see here. Dashavatars were another very, very popular subject that you see everywhere. Anywhere you'll see, if not all 12, then maybe 1 or 2 or maybe 5, you'll see Dashavatars almost on every wall of Shekhawati. So here is the tortoise, the Kumra avatar. So this is a drawing, I'm just telling you how to see. So this, if you see something like this in a mural, you know this is the Kumra avatar. This is the Matsya avatar. Here's the drawing. And this is the actual mural. Then there were different gods. This is a beautiful gold with gold paint, pure gold paint, beautiful mural of Ganapati. You have the divine family, Shiva and Parvati, the divine couple, sorry. You have goddess Gayatri over here. So she has been, the Gayatri mantra has been personified as a Devi. So you have goddess Gayatri over here. And one of the most unusual frescoes and subjects that I have not seen anywhere in Shekhawati, I have to say, I have not traveled as much as I would like to, but I have not seen it anywhere on any walls, is the Bhagya Devi, or the goddess of fate. So as you can see here, there are children who have lined up in front of her, and she's writing their fates on their foreheads. Mural of Then of course you have the sun and the moon gods. Here's the sun god with his 7 horses and the moon god on his deer. Rasa Leela, again, a very, very popular subject which you see everywhere, everywhere. And this is the most beautiful mural of Holi, Krishna playing the Holi with the gopis of Vrindavan. Then folk tales was another very, very popular subject. So we had folk tales, Rajasthani folk tales. They find themselves, you find them everywhere. So this is the story of Heer Ranjha. So this is basically just a sketch of how it looks like, and this is the story of Heer Ranjha. This is the story of Sasi Pannu that you find on the walls, Binjo and Sora. So here was a young aunt who fell in love with her husband's nephew, because he used to play the musical instrument so beautifully that she just fell in love, and she couldn't stop dancing every time he would play the instrument. Laila Majnu, another beautifully, I mean, I just love this. And Dhola Maru, of course, our most popular and my most favorite story, folk tale of Rajasthan is the Dhola Maru, and we have a little dolls designed on Maru. Is the story of Dhola and Maru were very young when they were married off, and subsequently Dhola's father died, and he could not tell the family who he had married his son off to. So, Dhola was too young to remember. But Maru's family remembered, and every time they would try approaching the family, they were fobbed off because Dhola had been married again. So they would be fobbed off, and all the letters that they would be writing to Dhola's family were intercepted and destroyed. But somehow they managed to reach the information to Dhola, and he then, of course, realized, and his memory came back, and Dhola and Maru united. And as they were running away to, form a new life for themselves, they were chased by the family and also by a group of bandits. So as they were chasing away so even the camel was magical; he could talk and fly. As they were running away, they were chased by them, and it's actually Maru, the feisty, fiery woman, Maru, who's fighting off their pursuers. So I just love this story. Then we have politicians on the walls of Shekhawati. Here's Nehru, here's Bose, Politics. So there were some very strong political statements of the time being made, and by by the time the Quit India movement and the whole idea of independence started, you saw, you could see politicians being painted, popular leaders of the time being painted on the walls of Shekhawati. Of course, they were trying to, they were trying to make a statement through their through the paintings on the walls of their Havelis. So the Seths who were supporting the movement of independence movement and supporting the local leaders started to even paint politicians and politics. So here's very interesting. So you have all the local of the political leaders of that time over here, and my great grand uncle finds himself here, which I'm very proud of. And you see Bharat Mata, the map of India, personified as Bharat Mata, and she is being handed over a letter by King George V, which says, a letter saying that she has been given independence. So you kind of find these very interesting political commentaries being made on the walls here. Here's another one. Here's Bharat Mata again, and she's holding her flag, the tricolor. And here's a Britisher who's leaving with his bag and kind of watches an Englishman going home. So this is Bharat Mata. This was around the early 1920s and 40s when the Quit India movement, the independence movement was at its peak, that these kind of murals and these kind of subjects found themselves on the walls. That everyday life, which is very, very interesting. All kinds of things have been painted. Here's a lady who's combing her daughter's hair. Here's a man sitting at leisure in his balcony after a day's work. Also a tailor shop. Somebody, I think a bridegroom is being measured by a tailor for a jacket. And here's a tailor with his machine, etc., etc. Here's a woman who's preparing pan. Very interesting. Again, I have not seen this mural anywhere. Two women flying kites and playing, and a woman playing with a yo-yo. A bridegroom taking his bride home after the wedding celebrations. So, and here's a bandwala playing a trumpet. And like I said, everything found its everyday life found its mention here. Here's a group of pehelvans practicing in the morning. And what is lovely is every little detail is here. So basically, most pehelvans, they worship Hanuman, who's supposed to be the ultimate, the most powerful pehelvan. And you can see a small foot picture of Hanuman also here in this mural. A Seth sitting with his on his gaddi, the place of business, with his two accountants. And people from Bombay and people who know Bombay or have lived there will find this very interesting thing where here's a woman. She's giving something to a horseman, probably her husband. She's hanging a pot or something on a rope and hanging it down. And this is still very popular in Bombay, where buildings which do not have lifts and all, women just typically put the money in a basket and they hang the basket down. The vendor will take the money, put the ware in, and the lady will pull back the basket up. So this still happens in Bombay. Here's a woman milking a cow. Then Ragamalas, one of the most popular subjects was the Ragamalas, and you see a lot of it in Ramgarh, more than anywhere else in Shekhawati. And here's Rag Jhinjhoti. So every rag was given a fixed iconography. So if you knew the iconography of the rag by just looking at a photograph, and this started in the Deccan period, so you find them in paintings, in miniature paintings, in manuscripts, and on the walls of Shekhawati. So these Ragamalas, so this is Rag Jhinjhoti, which is being depicted here. This is Rag Bhairav, which is always shown with the divine couple, Rag Bhairav. This is Raga Deepak. As you can see, a Deepak is being lit here. Rag Deepak. Rag Malkos. Then again, very interesting subject which you don't see a lot in Ramgarh, but you see a lot of it in Mandava is erotica on the walls. So a lot of it now, but we really need to figure out why there was more erotica in Mandava than anywhere other region of Shekhawati. So again, this is erotica on the walls. Vahans, another very important and very popular subject that you see in on the walls. There's a Pathan. So obviously there were Pathans who were coming to trade. So you see a Pathan with a horse, you see a horse carriage, there's a camel, there were elephants, a bicycle. This is a Pennyworth's bicycle. And this is my most favorite fresco of a man and a woman painted in the company style, which was very popular in Calcutta at that point in time, what we call the company style of painting. There are cars here, four-wheelers, ships. You see ships on the walls. And of course, trains are everywhere. I think they were the most popular, and you just see them. If there was a long wall, you'll see a train. And then some very interesting murals that you found which you can see is like a beekeeper. These are rare. You will just see one of its kind. Very rare murals. So here's a beekeeper. Here's a woman standing in front of a mirror, adjusting her sari, and see how beautifully it has been depicted. There is so much realism in this mural because of the three-dimensional, the perspective. There's foreshortening, there's a background, everything. And look at the wall, every little detail, a woman standing here, the mirror, the floor, the pattern on the floor, everything. Another very rare one is an entire process of dyeing fabric, which is very popular which is still being practiced and popular in Shekhawati region. Sorry, there was a technical glitch. So you have this beautiful, bandhi. The whole process of dyeing is shown here. So here's somebody doing block printing. Here's somebody who's dyeing. There's a lady who's tying, tying fabric with very, very tiny. They used to use mustard seeds to tie, and then it would be dyed. So the whole process, different processes of printing fabric. Dyeing and printing and tying fabric can be seen here. Here's a chakra view from the Mahabharata, which finds another. These are some of the very rare one mural probably you'll see of these subjects here. Here's a Scottish man on a motorcycle. So all kinds of things you see here. These are details inside. So if you see here, this is also a mural. The floor was also was painted, burnished to give a look as if there is a rug or a carpet. So even this, you see, this was painted. Then you had these. So there was also some kind of decoration that they would do, was where they would etch out the figures. So here, there is one here. And sometimes maybe the patrons didn't have enough money, or the painters went away, for whatever reasons. Sometimes just the base was painted, and then the colors were not filled in. So I just love this, from this really simple sandy colored background, and then you have this almost off-white colored mural. I just love this. So this is a short take through and walk through, I would call it, of the murals of how they kind of evolved in terms of color, in terms of subjects, in terms of treatment, in terms of perspective. So a short walkthrough that I have taken you through the murals of Shekhawati. I would love you all to come here, and I would love to take you around and introduce you to one of my most favorite places in India. And so I thank you all for being here today and for giving me this opportunity to take you to talk to you and tell you about the murals of Shekhawati. Thank you so much, Shruti Foundation, and thank you everybody who have attended the thing. And Jija, thanks.
Wow, Katyayani, that was really one amazing presentation. My God, I have visited these Havelis and Chhatris many times, but the way you presented them, I did not know that from ordinary life to King George, Bharat Mata, the politicians, Dhola Maru. Oh, amazing! We realized how amazing these murals are. Much more complicated than even perhaps not in technical skills as praiseworthy as Ajanta and Ellora and Sirigia and all that, but in the extent
Absolutely.
of the subjects
Yes.
and the treatment,
Absolutely.
wahans,
Yes.
ships, trains, cycles,
Absolutely.
bicycles. My God, that was really, really wonderful. It was a wonderful presentation. I'm
Thank you.
sure everybody is totally mesmerized, and this will attract your presentation will now, like a magnet, attract all of them.
Well, let's
Everybody.
keep our fingers crossed.
Yes, yes. All the viewers, at least 50% of the viewers, I'm sure, are inspired to come and see for themselves these wonderful murals in Ramgarh, Shekhawati. And also, you talked about Mandava and all that also.
Yes.
So I'm sure all these places people will be flocking in. Thank you so much once again on behalf of Shruti Foundation and on my own behalf for this wonderful presentation. Katyayani, thank you.
Thank you so much. Yeah, thanks a lot. Are there any questions? Okay, we can leave.
Mute put, huh? Start video. Okay.
तो आज हम रामगढ़ में वाह फेस्ट है, यहाँ पे श्रुति फाउंडेशन, विकी इंटैक्ट, लाइफ पॉजिटिव और राजस्थान टूरिज्म के द्वारा ऑर्गेनाइज किया हुआ। तो आज हम देखेंगे कि रामगढ़ शेखावटी में श्रुति फाउंडेशन ने जो स्किल सेंटर शुरू किया है उसका क्या प्रभाव हुआ है यहाँ पे और कैसा चल रहा है वो। तो ये एंट्रेंस है, यहाँ पर ये उनकी हवेली है जो जहाँ पे वाह फेस्ट हो रहा है। और यहाँ नीचे जैसा कि हम सब देख सकते हैं, उन्होंने स्किल सेंटर के लिए एक सेटअप किया हुआ है जहाँ पे सभी औरतें हमें बातचीत करते हुए दिख रही हैं और जहाँ पे हमने उन्होंने सारे प्रोडक्ट्स डिस्प्ले पे लगाए हैं। तो ये हम जैसा कि देख रहे हैं, ये वेदारण्य हवेली जहाँ पे वाह फेस्ट होगा, आज रात का कल्चरल प्रोग्राम जहाँ पे होगा, ये वहीं का वेन्यू है। और अब मैं इनवाइट करूंगी डॉक्टर श्रुति यादव पोदार को, जो कि श्रुति फाउंडेशन की ट्रस्टी हैं और फाउंडर हैं। और ये स्किल सेंटर उन्होंने स्टार्ट किया यहाँ पर। और आइए हम अब उनसे मिलते हैं, उनसे थोड़ी बात करते हैं कि उन्होंने यहाँ पे स्किल सेंटर कैसे शुरू किया, क्यों शुरू किया, उनका आइडिया क्या था इसके पीछे। तो डॉक्टर श्रुति, नमस्कार।
Dhanyawad. Thank you, Avantika, for inviting me to introduce our work, the work of Shruti Foundation at Ramgarh Shekhawati, a fascinating wonderland of heritage and a place where I began my journey 8 years ago. As I went along, in about 3 or 4 years, I realized that the most talented women most talented people of Ramgarh were the women of Ramgarh, who had so many skills which they didn't even realize were so special. So we decided, first through an intact workshop, one of our master weavers who had a technique of making katran, making rugs with katran, we got her. We got, intact to fund our designers, one of whom is right here with us, Avantika. So Avantika came over and she helped our women to make more innovative designs. And after that, after a few months, we started the Skill Center. It's been more than a year now, about 1.5 years of the skill, almost 2 years of the Skill Center. And our women, not only do they make the most beautiful textiles, most beautiful mats, runners, posters, dolls, they make the Dhola Maru dolls, they make all kinds of things, but more importantly, they have finally found a like-minded community where they laugh together, they work together, they sing together, and they enrich the world with their beautiful products and their beautiful designs. Also, among the work that they do, we also collect the Ayurvedic herbs of this region. They process it, they dry it, they make beautiful local foods, and we sell these local foods to the world. So we are planning right now to do a workshop with our women. As soon as they're ready, they'll be ready in a moment. They're going to show you how to make things with recycled materials. So they're going to show you a workshop which is about upcycling products, about using waste material to make beautiful things. And if you come here, we'll show you some of the beautiful things that they've already made before they make the workshop, before they do the workshop. So here are our women. You will from here, come on to Rishi. So you can see she's sitting with a beautiful product. It's a beautiful container made of recycled material, and it has in it placemats which you can put on nice in a garden, nice on your dining table, made of many colors of recycled material. This is Rajni. She's been working with for almost 2 years now. And this is Dadi Ji. We popularly call her Dadi Ji. She khol ke dikhaiye. This is a coin bag that they have made with moli. It's a coin bag in which you can put a coin and present it to somebody, a guinea or a coin, and a little piece of mirror in the middle, but very beautifully made. And are you taking? Ready? And here is Kanchan, one of our most talented weavers in the skill center, and she makes daris like this, as you can see, with recycled patran, recycled shredded cloth. Okay, so these are all handmade, beautiful things, beautiful dolls. Here is Naina. I think. Ready? इधर ही आता What are we doing? Hold on. Stop. Tell me what. You are starting all over again?
No. So welcome back. Again, there was a technical glitch, and we have our amazing women with us today. And this is Kanchanji, who has made this amazing, beautiful rug. Please zoom into her work and let's see. कंचन जी थोड़ा बताइए आपने क्या बनाया है. अच्छा कंचन जी अभी अपने बारे में बता रहे, उसके बाद कंचन जी बताएंगे कि उन्होंने ये क्यों बनाया. जी. हम्म. कंचन जी आपकी आवाज बहुत धीरे आ रही है.
दरी बनाने के लिए सेंटर में सुबह आती हूँ, शाम तक बनाती हूँ, बहुत खुश हूँ. हमारा टाइम कब चला जाता है पता ही नहीं चलता है, बिजी रहते हैं. तो मैंने ये दरी बनाई, ये मकर संक्रांति पे मैंने ये दरी बनाई, जैसे पतंग को देखिए.
हाँ.
तो इसमें कलर दिया है मैंने.
Isn't it beautiful that she has got inspired by the beautiful, amazing festival of Makar Sankrant that's widely celebrated here in Shekhawati and all over Rajasthan, Gujarat, Haryana, Punjab, where they fly kites. She got inspired by the festival of kites, Makar Sankrant, and made this beautiful dari, which can be yours if you order from us. ठीक है, तो ये थी. अब हम मिलते हैं सरोज जी से, जिन्होंने जो हमारी मास्टर आर्टिजन है यहाँ पे, जिन्होंने ये सेंटर शुरू करने में बहुत हेल्प की. मैं I was a designer when I came here, but she was the actual skilled person who I got to work with. सरोज जी अगर आप आगे आएंगी थोड़ा तो. She was the actual skilled person who, who knew the craft, who helped all the other women to get the talent that she has. I will shift here. Yeah, ठीक है. तो सरोज जी आप बताइए अपना आपकी जर्नी के बारे में. आपने कैसे, आपको क्या फील होता है जब आप सोचते हैं, पीछे देखते हैं. 2 साल पहले मैं आई थी शायद, तो आप जब पीछे देखते हैं कि आपको ये अपॉर्चुनिटी मिला, ऐसा आपको एक मतलब कुछ करने के लिए आपको कुछ वो मिला, एक जगह मिली आपको, तो आपको कैसा लगता है जब आप पीछे देखते हैं 2 साल पहले और आप सोचते हैं, तो आपको क्या होता है? आप क्या बताना चाहेंगे?
मैंने यहाँ पे 2 साल हो गए सेंटर खोले हुए. तो पहले मैं ये जो सारे घर पे बनाती थी, फिर मैं मैम से मिली, तो मैम ने मेरे को ये सेंटर खुला के दिया रामगढ़ में. यहाँ पे कोई काम नहीं था औरतों के लिए, फिर मैम ने और मैंने मिलके रामगढ़ शेखावाटी में सेंटर खोला. तो यहाँ पे जब मैं आती सेंटर में, तो मेरे को इतना कुछ भी नहीं आता था. बस ये चीजें सिखाने के लिए इनको थोड़ा बिठाती थी, सिखाती थी. फिर मैंने धीरे धीरे सारी चीजें इनको सिखाई मेरी बहनों को, और ये सभी सीखे. कभी मैंने इनको सिखाया, कभी ये मेरे को सिखाती. हमने सब मिलजुल के हमारा सेंटर चलाया और मैम ने हमें सेंटर खुला के दिया. मैं यहाँ पे बहुत खुश हूँ. पहले घर पे रहती थी, थोड़ा थोड़ा घर पे काम करती थी, बिल्कुल भी कुछ भी बोलने को मेरे को हिम्मत नहीं थी. आज मैं बाहर निकली हूँ तो बहुत कुछ बोल लेती हूँ, हिम्मत भी हो गई हमारी.
ठीक है, तो अभी हमें किसी से मिलाइए जो हमें और प्रोडक्ट्स के बारे में बताएंगे.
ये जो रितु जी है.
रितु आ जाओ. रितु अपने बारे में कुछ बताओ और फिर बताओ कि यहाँ पे जो कोई प्रोडक्ट तुमने बनाया हो या तुम्हें अच्छा लगता है.
स्पेशली मैम, थैंक्स टू श्रुति मैम एंड सरोज जी एंड आल्सो यू. मतलब ये स्किल सेंटर शुरू करने के लिए इससे हमारा एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ा और जो हेजिटेशन थी वो सारी खत्म हो गई. और मैम मैं स्टाफ पेज के बारे में बताऊंगी. दरी ये जो है, ये हमने होली का जो फेस्टिवल होता है उससे इंस्पायर होके बनाया है. लाइक हम सफेद कपड़े पहनते हैं, उसपे अगर हम कलरफुल या फिर चीजें स्केच कर दे तो वो कैसा होगा. जैसे कि हम ये देख सकते हैं कितना प्यारा लग रहा है। वैसे ही हम जैसे वेस्ट हमारे जो रग्स हैं, क्लोथ हैं, उनसे हम और भी अच्छा इससे कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि वो वाला है, वो फुल कलरफुल है, तो अगर हम ऐसे चाहें तो इससे हम और भी अच्छा कर सकते हैं। लाइक हमने ब्लू ले लिया, ब्लू में व्हाइट डाला, ऐसे करके बहुत सारे हम रनर,
जैसे कि ये वाला,
हाँ जैसे कि ये कॉम्बिनेशन कितना अच्छा है, ये लाइट कलर क्रीम एंड ये नीला बहुत प्यारा लग रहा है। वैसे ही
तो आपको ये कलर का जो आइडिया है तो ये कहाँ से आया, आपने कहाँ से सोचा, कहाँ से देखा?
जैसे सरोजी एग्जीबिशन में जाते थे तो उन्होंने हमें बताया, पहले तो हम हर कैसे ही बस बना दिया तो बस ठीक है बन गया। फिर इन्होंने बताया कि जो बाहर के लोग हैं उन्हें क्या पसंद है, वो कैसा पसंद करते हैं। फिर हमने शुरू किया जैसे कि वो ब्लैक एंड क्रीम। जैसे कि मैम ये रनर ये फुल कलरफुल है, ये वाला इसमें हमने सारे कलर्स ऐड किए हैं, जिसको जो भी पसंद है वो। और मतलब ये नहीं कि यहाँ पे सिर्फ कारपेट्स रनर, हमारे यहाँ पे सब कुछ बनता है। जैसे कि ये नीम पाउडर, ये हाँ मतलब हमारी हेल्थ को अच्छा रखने में बहुत ही मतलब बेनिफिट। हाँ, और ये मूव है मैट, ये कौन है? ये हमने जूतली से बनाया है, और कुछ
जैसे देखते हैं यहाँ पे ऋतु ने बताया कि उन्होंने मौली और जूट और ये सिल्वर का बॉर्डर से उन्होंने कितने अच्छे कॉइन पाउचेस बनाए यहाँ पे। और ये मैं आपको एक्सप्लेन नहीं कर सकती, ये बहुत अच्छा फील करता है। किसी के पास कोई कॉइन है क्या? मैं इसमें कॉइन रखना चाहती हूँ। कॉइन होगा, सिक्का कोई है किसी के पास? मैं सबको दिखाना चाहती हूँ कि इसमें कॉइन रख के कैसा फील होता है। इट्स सो क्यूट, आप सब देख सकते हैं, ये बहुत ही प्यारा है। और ये सरोजी ने मुझे एक कॉइन दिया, तो इसमें आप एक कॉइन्स रख सकते हैं। तो बेसिकली ये इस कॉइन के लिए काफी बड़ा है, बट आई थिंक इसमें सिल्वर गोल्ड गिफ्ट करने के लिए, कॉइन्स के लिए बहुत ही अच्छा प्रोडक्ट है। ये इसका आइडिया कैसे आया, किसको आया इसका आइडिया?
ये हमने ही लगाया है।
हाँ,
सेंटर में आके ये पहले इनका बनाया।
हाँ, पहले मोली का बनाया आपने,
फिर गोटा सूतली का बनाया।
ओ, तो ये मैंने इसमें कॉइन रखा, एकदम परफेक्टली मेरा कॉइन फिट हो गया है। और ये इतना क्यूट है, इसको तो मतलब आई कैन जस्ट कीप इट एनीवेयर। उसके बाद ये कोस्टर प्लेसमैट है ना ये? तो ये प्लेसमैट है जो यहाँ की विमेन ने बनाया है। आप देख सकते हैं उन्होंने कैसे थ्रेड, फैब्रिक को थ्रेड में कन्वर्ट करके उसको गुथ बना के उन्होंने कैसे इसको ऐसे रोटेट किया है कि ये इफेक्ट फ्लावर वाला आए। एंड लुक एट द कलर कॉम्बिनेशंस। ये कलर कॉम्बिनेशंस आपको कहाँ से आए?
ये मैंने मोबाइल पे देखा कि
हाँ,
तो घर पे भी जाके देखती, सेंटर में भी देखती, फिर उनको उनसे आइडिया लिया मैंने, फिर इनको सभी को सिखाया।
So very important aspect when I came here and when I looked at this skill center and when I was asked to train or give skills to the women here, I concentrated more on the colors, more on market, and I was very overwhelmed and I was very happy when it came from them. I didn't have to make many efforts because they were very much into their phones. They knew how to access the phone. They knew how to look at market. They went for exhibitions. They came back with feedback. So, that's the thing about the skill center that I feel very happy about. I came here and I helped them. ये हम ढोला मारू देख सकते हैं जो सरोजी दिखा रहे हैं,
ये हमारी राजस्थानी ढोला मारू।
तो ढोला मारू की कहानी अगर कोई बता सकता है हमें, कौन बताएगा हमें ढोला मारू की कहानी? मैना जी जो है वो पीछे है, तो वो बहुत शर्माती है शुरुआत से ही वो इतनी शर्माती है। तो मैना जी, आपने ये ढोला मारू जो है इसकी कहानी क्या है? राजस्थान की ढोला मारू की कहानी जो है, राजा रानी थे क्या शायद? राजपूत थे। तो आपको ये था कि अपने बच्चों को ढोला मारू की कहानी बताएं।
इनके जैसे बचपन में शादी
ओ
तो फिर ये अलग अलग थे दोनों। फिर ढोला की बड़े होने के बाद दूसरी शादी हो गई।
ओ
तो
मारू अकेले रह गए।
पहले
अच्छा, तो ऐसी कुछ कहानी है।
हाँ।
तो ये काफी इंटरेस्टिंग कहानी है जो मैना जी हमें बता रही है, ढोला और मारू की। आप लोग सभी राजस्थान की ढोला मारू की कहानी जाके पढ़ सकते हैं, इट्स वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग। और ये डॉल्स है जो एज अ सुवेनियर आप ले सकते हैं हमारे स्किल सेंटर से। काफी अच्छे तरीके से एम्बेलिश किया है यहाँ पे ढोला और मारू को। मारू के भी कान में, ढोला के भी कान में इयररिंग्स हैं और इन्होंने भी एक्सेसरीज पहने हैं। दे लुक वेरी रियलिस्टिक। और ये एक और जोड़ा अलग अलग कॉम्बिनेशन में, इसमें साइज वेरिएशंस भी है, छोटे और बड़े। और आप देखेंगे ऐसे कई सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हैं जो यहाँ पे स्किल सेंटर पे बनाते हैं। ये यहाँ ऊपर छोटी छोटी मारू और ये ढोला है। तो काफी इंटरेस्टिंग है यहाँ की स्टोरी। और आप सबसे अगर बात करेंगे जिसमें बहुत समय लग सकता है, तो आपको अलग अलग कहानियां पता लगेंगी कि उनकी लाइफ पे क्या प्रभाव पड़ा स्किल सेंटर पे आने से, और कैसे उनमें कॉन्फिडेंस, कैसे उनमें अपनी कला के लिए रिस्पेक्ट, और कैसे वो अपने घर पे रिस्पेक्ट गेन करने लगी बाहर जाने के लिए। बिकॉज वी गेट दिस थॉट अबाउट एन इंडियन वुमेन, so that they are supposed to be inside whale, they are supposed to stay inside their house, but it's not like that anymore. And this skill center gives the perfect example of that. So now I think I definitely want to show you how these things are made, but before that let's just look at all the products that they do. I will take you over to the product range, and then later on we can learn one or two things that we can make from waste that is available at our home, maybe, or by some interesting things that we can come up with, like the women here came up with. तो अगर आप यहाँ पे देखेंगे तो यहाँ पे सरोज जी बता रहे हैं, ये हमारे पीढ़ी गोटे सूतली के बनाए हुए, ये कतरन के बनाए हुए, ये गोटा सूतली का, सो ये उन्होंने जो पीड़े बनाए हैं जिनको मुड्डा भी कहते हैं, ये उन्होंने कतरन से ही बने ना। ये कतरन की, ये कतरन को उन्होंने पहले गूंदा है, गुथ बनाई है जैसे चोटी बनाते हैं, उसके बाद उन्होंने इसको इस पे पीड़े पे वीव किया है। ये पूरा हाथ से बना है सरोज जी? ये हाथ से बनाया, ये पूरा उन्होंने हाथ से बनाया है। ये गोटा सूतली, और ये फिर उन्होंने गोटा और सूतली से बनाया है। गोटा, for the ones who do not know what gota is this shiny stuff that you see here. It's basically put on the borders of a dress or sari or kurta or anything. They have used, it's more like a ribbon, a silver ribbon. So they have made plaids with the ribbon, the silver ribbon and jute together, and created this wonderful mudda. These are beautiful to be kept in your garden or your lounging areas, for your kids. Then we have this manji. Manji कहते हैं ना इसको, खटिया, मच्छी, छोटी मच्छी। ये गोटे सूतली की बनाई हुई। This is also made out of the same material, that is the silver ribbon, plated with the jute, and then created this beautiful small खटिया और मच्छी। सरोज जी आप और क्या प्रोडक्ट्स हैं हमारे स्किल सेंटर के? ये काफी कलरफुल कुशन कवर है. This is also made out of waste fabric. Can you believe this? Can anyone believe this, that this is made out of waste? And the kind of finishing that they have done, it's amazing. So ये दो का set है. She has created a set of 2. So these are the kind of design innovations and interventions the women at this skill center do. They understand the material, they understand the fabric, and then they go ahead and create the products. As you can see, there are number of products there, like the coasters and placemat set in jute, again in gota and jute. Then this is another placemat which is beautifully designed. Then we do have roti box, जो कि उन्होंने कतरन से ही बनाया है, but look at the effect. It looks like as if she has used jute. But let me tell you guys, this is all fabric. And these are amazing. ये coasters with the basket. और ये और भी उसके colors, basket के colors हैं यहाँ पर. और ये placemats और cushion के colors. जूट का बैग, जैसे आपने देखा उन्होंने कॉइन पाउच बनाया था, उसी सेम टेक्निक से एक बैग बनाया है. आप देख रहे हैं कितनी बारीकी और कितने सुंदर तरीके से उन्होंने इसको बनाया है, राउंड शेप में. It is very difficult to do such round shaped things, and how beautifully she has done it. और ये हमारे पास और क्वेश्चंस है, रनर्स, प्लेसमैट्स, हमारे पास पोस्टर्स और ये ढोला मारू, कॉइन पाउचेस, और हमारे पास मास्क. We have masks also. Here, a load full of pretty masks. तो यहाँ पे मास्क बना, कोविड की भी एक स्टोरी है